No Scent by S Cobbe, narrated by BookZoro. Before we start, let us know in the comments where you're listening from and what kind of stories you enjoy most. We love hearing from our listeners. Chapter 1, Rejection. A year ago, River had watched Keith from afar, her pulse quickening. He was Yorick's friend, yes, and the next alpha of the neighboring pack. But today, he had asked to meet her on the playground, alone. Her heart whispered that perhaps, maybe he wanted her as his chosen mate. But those hopes shattered the instant he spoke. I, Keith Moonshine, alpha of the Moonshine Pack, hereby dissolve my bond with you, River Whiteclaw. I no longer recognize you as my mate or as the future Luna of this pack, Keith declared, his voice so cold it could freeze every spine in the area. The words sliced through River like a blade. No, this couldn't be real. He wouldn't. Not there. Not like that. Keith, what do you mean by this? She whispered, her voice trembling. Her throat felt raw, as if her body already knew the answer would rip her apart. Keith's face was carved from stone. Your brother once told me you had no sense of smell. When I first scented you, I knew immediately you were my fated mate. You couldn't even recognize me. That should have been my first warning. And today, the moment I saw you again, I realized you weren't made for me. His jaw tightened, the words tasting like poison on his tongue. River's stomach twisted. He had known from the start. And still, he despised her for it. He stared into her tear-streaked face, his expression unreadable, though inside, his wolf snarled in fury at him. Had the moon goddess truly chosen her? How could a woman so weak, so flawed, ever be Luna of his pack? Worse, how could she, unable even to scent, be the mother of his heirs? An alpha required strength, not weakness. You will never be my Luna, he growled. A Luna must be flawless, and you are not. Tears stung River's eyes. Her fists trembled, nails biting into her palms, and her ears burned hot with rage. Flawed? Because of something I could not change? Because of something the moon goddess herself allowed? You don't want me because I can't smell? Her voice cracked, then sharpened with fury. Well, I don't want you because you're an arrogant, insufferable prick. She wiped her tears away with her sleeve, though her hands shook, and lifted her chin despite the weakness flooding her limbs. I, River Whiteclaw of the Whiteclaw Pack, accept your rejection. I would rather be alone for 100 years than be Luna to you. The instant the words left her mouth, agony slammed into her chest. Her knees buckled. It felt like her heart was shattering into dust, like she had been hollowed out and left with nothing but pain. Keith staggered too, clutching his chest, but he forced the pain down. He swallowed it and left her to drown in hers, alone in the rain. Half an hour later, River was still curled on the soaked earth. Her sobs were hoarse now, her body heavy with grief. She reached for Rain, but her wolf was silent. Please don't leave me too. I can't lose you as well. No response, just a void. Rain's silence was worse than the rejection. It felt like her very soul had abandoned her. She was born to be Luna, to guide, to belong. Now what was she? Nothing. Empty. Underscore. Meanwhile, her brother Yorick lounged on the sofa with the television on, a bag of crisps within reach. He grabbed a handful, but nearly spilled them when the front door burst open and his old school friend stormed in. Keith? Yorick shot to his feet. What's going on? And where's my sister? Keith avoided his gaze, mumbling, I wouldn't know. He stared at the puddles forming around his sneakers rather than meet Yorick's eyes. Yorick's patience snapped. He had looked forward to seeing Keith all weekend, to the easy friendship they had shared since childhood. But the man standing before him now was a stranger, cold, arrogant, insufferable. "Where is she?" Yorick pressed, his voice edged with a growl. Keith jutted his chin, pretending strength he didn't feel, though the sting of rejection gnawed inside him. His eyes flicked to the window, where rain lashed against the glass. The meaning clicked in Yorick's mind. His wolf snarled, teeth bared. "She's out there? In the rain? What the hell have you done? I rejected that mongrel." Keith spat, his words low and vicious. Yorick's blood boiled, heat rising in his chest. He seized Keith by the collar, shaking him, baring his fangs. "You did what?" he growled, voice raw with disbelief. "I rejected River." "She was my fated mate," Keith said, his tone flat, as if stating a fact could excuse his cruelty. "You rejected my sister?" Yorick's hands tightened, knuckles white. "Selene herself paired you, and you dared defy her? You should be grateful I care more about my sister than ripping you apart. Otherwise you wouldn't still be standing." Keith stumbled back from the force of Yorick's grip, but his eyes were cold, unflinching. Yorick shoved him, fury boiling over, and stormed into the night, the rain pelting down around him as if the heavens themselves raged alongside him. Heavy rain poured down as Yorick followed the faint, familiar scent of his sister, something River herself would never be able to do. He found her curled on the sodden grass, trembling. "River?" He crouched, laying a hand on her shoulder. Through choked sobs, she gasped, "He rejected me." Her own voice sounded foreign to her, like it belonged to someone else. Rejected. The word alone felt like poison in her mouth. "I know, little sister," Yorick said softly, fury tightening his jaw. "Come on, you'll catch your death out here." He reached for her, but she slapped his hand away. "I don't want your help." Her defiance was hollow, her body too weak to back it up. She didn't want pity. She didn't want anyone to see her broken like this. "Still, I'm taking you with me." His tone brooked no argument. He scooped her up effortlessly, and she finally leaned into his warmth, too tired to fight. As Yorick carried her back, River pressed her face to his chest. She should have felt safe. But all she felt was emptiness. If even her mate wouldn't want her, how could she ever belong? Once River was settled on her bed, Yorick stormed down the hall, his mind blazing with a single thought. Who did Keith think he was? To wound my sister? To defy Selene? He pounded on the guest room door. Keith answered, and Yorick's fury erupted. "Do you think it was normal to reject your fated mate?" he roared. "The goddess doesn't make mistakes?" Before Keith could answer, Alpha Wolfgang himself stormed past Yorick, his own fury unleashed. "What have you done?" Wolfgang thundered. Keith staggered backward, collapsing onto the mattress, fear sweating from his skin as the two men towered over him. Chapter 2. Broken Heart. River changed out of her soaked clothes into a soft pink woolen pajama. The muffled voices in the hall reached her ears, the tension thick enough to taste. She rushed out and planted herself between her father and Keith, pressing a hand to Wolfgang's chest. "Dad, stop. He rejected me, and I accepted it. If you're going to be angry with me." Her voice wavered, her eyes brimming. Wolfgang's stern gaze faltered when he saw his daughter's tears. "Did you really accept it?" he asked, voice rough with regret. River nodded her head. The smile she mustered was brittle. "Dad, keep in mind Keith rejected me, not his father. Send the warriors. They need them. Wolfgang exhaled, torn. He cupped her cheek for the briefest moment, letting softness flicker through. Sweetheart, you're far too good for this world. Then his eyes hardened as they locked on Keith. I'll send men for your father's sake, but I will never forgive you for breaking my daughter's heart. Go, before I cause a war by killing you. Keith nodded quickly, his bravado gone. I'll leave, right away. Wolfgang rested a heavy hand on River's shoulder and guided her. In the kitchen, he pointed to a chair. Sit, I'll make you hot chocolate. I'll keep my promise and send warriors. But that boy just made the biggest mistake of his life. He busied himself at the stove, the clink of metal the only sound for a while. Then he exhaled, shoulders sagging. Oh, how I wish your mother were here. She's always been better at this than I am. Dad! River's voice cracked as tears spilled again. Wolfgang hurried over with a roll of kitchen paper, tearing off a sheet with a quick, clumsy tug. Here, darling, he murmured, offering it to her with a nervous smile. She blew her nose loudly, cheeks hot with embarrassment, then muttered, Yeah, be glad he rejected me. Who would want a mate who can't even smell the bond? The instant she said it, regret flooded her. Her father's eyes darkened with sorrow. Sweetheart. Shit, Wolfgang cursed, spinning back to the stove as the milk boiled over. He grabbed the pot bare-handed, slamming it onto the counter with a loud thud. River flinched at the noise and hurried to his side. Her gaze dropped to his hands, red and raw from the heat. Without thinking, she reached out and took them in hers, holding them gently. Does it hurt? She asked softly. I'm fine, he lied, though his eyes lingered on her swollen, tear-streaked face. It doesn't hurt half as much as what you've been through. I'd take it from you if I could. No one deserves this. Not my daughter. River squeezed his hands, a quiet determination mixing with her tears. For a moment, the noise and tension of the world faded, leaving only the warmth and strength of her father's presence and the unspoken bond between them. She let herself lean into him for a heartbeat before pulling back. Thank you for trying. But I just want to go to bed, she whispered, her voice barely carrying over the soft hum of the kitchen. Wolfgang watched her retreat with slumped shoulders, the weight of helplessness pressing down on his chest. He stood there a moment, staring at the spot she had just left, before pulling out his phone. His fingers hesitated over the screen, as though the act of calling might make the moment more real. Finally, he dialed. After a few rings, a familiar, soothing voice purred through the line. Hello, Wolfie. What's up? Sweetheart, River's just been rejected. By Alpha Evan's son, he said, his voice heavy with both anger and worry. A pause. Then Tina's voice sharpened with concern. Oh no, where is she? In her room. I tried to comfort her, but he exhaled, the sound full of frustration. You know I'm no good at those things. You tried. That's already something, Tina said softly, the worry threading through her words. I'll come home. She needs me. Wolfgang's chest loosened slightly, gratitude flickering in his eyes. See you soon, sweetheart, he said, a faint hope threading through his tired voice. He ended the call and leaned back against the counter, rubbing a hand over his face. For a brief moment, the kitchen was quiet again, just the low hum of the refrigerator and the spilled milk cooling on the counter. Upstairs, River lay in bed, the weight of the day still heavy on her chest, but somewhere deep inside, the warmth of her father's care lingered with her. Lunatina arrived within the hour. She found River curled beneath the blankets, the sound of muffled sobs filling the room. Tina sat on the bed. "River, come out from under there and talk to me." The crying paused for a moment, then returned, harder. "Sweetheart, I know how much this hurts. Rejection is cruel, but I'm here. Please, talk to me?" "No," River whispered, broken. "I can't." Tina's own eyes welled. She slipped under the blanket and gathered her daughter close. River sobbed until her breath finally evened, exhaustion winning. Tina tucked the blanket tighter around her, whispering against her hair, "It will get better, sweetheart. Celine will give you a second chance. She owes you that much." "No, she won't. Nobody wants a broken wolf." "River, no." River turned away from her mother. "Leave me. I need to be alone." Tina exhaled and crawled out of the bed. She hesitated with her hand on the doorknob. "If you want to talk, or just need a hug, I'm here for you." Then she left the room quietly, her own tears falling as she closed the door. That night, Tina cried in Wolfgang's arms. He held her silently, though she felt the dampness on his cheeks too. She didn't press him. He would deny it. She knew this pain could not be taken from their daughter, only endured. Still, she clung to hope. Wolfgang was her second chance, the truest blessing of her life. Celine would not abandon River. 4 months later, Keith's rejection was just a bad memory, a memory she had used to make herself stronger. She carried that strength with her, even into the quiet of breakfast. Wolfgang hid behind his newspaper, his fingers occasionally drumming on the table. Tina sorted through the post, muttering quietly as she stacked envelopes. Yorick munched lazily on a slice of toast, butter smudging his fingers, barely glancing up from the plate. Bjorn, the eldest, presided over the table with the arrogance of a future alpha. Tina frowned at a letter sealed in gold. An invitation from the Moonlight Pack. The room stilled. She read it, then glanced at River with sympathy. It's for Keith's wedding and his alpha ceremony. At the sound of his name, pain clawed through River's chest. Already? He had found someone else? Tears stung her eyes, betraying her. "I'm not going," she said quickly. "We'll say you had urgent matters." "No, tell the truth, that I still can't get over his rejection. Everyone thinks it anyway." "River," Tina sighed, but River saw it, the pity in their eyes, the pity she despised. "I'm leaving," she muttered, shoving back her chair. "I'm not hungry." She stalked from the room before anyone could stop her. Another month later, River sat at breakfast, her fingers hovering over a plain envelope Tina had just handed her. Her hands trembled as she tore it open. She scanned the first line, and the paper slipped from her fingers onto the table. "No, that couldn't be right. I've been accepted," she whispered. Bjorn snatched the letter, scanning it with a sneer. "Warrior training for the royal house? You'll last a month," he said, leaning back in his chair, amusement twisting his features. Heat rushed to River's face. He had always doubted her, always mocked her, always certain she would fail. "Let me see." Yorick leaned forward, plucking the letter from Bjorn's grip. His grin was sharp but proud. "Royal warrior training. Good for you, sis." Bjorn's eyes narrowed. "You think you can handle that? Don't make me laugh." "Scentless or not, being a warrior isn't for the weak." Yorick elbowed Bjorn in the arm. River pressed her fingers into the table, her nails biting into the wood. "I'm not weak. I'll do this." Yorick leaned back, arms crossed, smirking at Bjorn. "Don't scare her off, big brother. She's already braver than you ever were at her age." Bjorn huffed, leaning forward. "She's scentless. How's she supposed to guard if she can't even sense danger properly?" River's stomach twisted, fury sparking alongside the fear. I'll learn. I'll be better than you think. When Bjorn snorted, Wolfgang slammed his fist onto the table, rattling the dishes. His alpha voice boomed. Enough! As future alpha, you will not speak that way to your sister, or any pack member. If she wishes to try, she has my support. Bjorn opened his mouth again, clearly unimpressed. Tina smacked the back of his head before another word could leave it. Bjorn, she snapped, keep that attitude to yourself. I didn't raise you to tear down your sister. She turned to River, her expression softening, worry flickering in her eyes. I'm not happy about you wanting to become a warrior, she admitted quietly, but I won't reject you for it either. Just be careful. Wolfgang turned to River, his tone gentler now. Are you certain? Warrior training is brutal. River inhaled, steadying herself. I want nothing more. Wolfgang studied her for a long moment, pride and sorrow mingling in his eyes. Finally, he nodded. Then go. Make us proud. For the first time in months, River felt a weight lift. The ache of rejection lingered, but it no longer defined her. This was her chance to forge something new. As she finally stood before the gates of the training center, River's chest heaved with a mix of fear and anticipation. Her heart pounded, not just from nerves, but from the knowledge that this step marked a new beginning. Tina wrapped her arms tightly around her, holding her as if she could shield her from the world itself. I'm proud of you, River, she whispered against her hair, the warmth of her embrace seeping into River's bones. Be brave, but remember, you're never alone. River clung to her mother for a heartbeat longer than she probably should have, letting the comfort and love wash over her. Then, slowly, she pulled back, meeting her father's eyes. Wolfgang stepped forward, his alpha presence softened by the quiet pride in his gaze. He drew her into a firm hug, one hand resting on the back of her neck, the other around her shoulder. You have my strength with you, he murmured, his voice low but steady. Go show the world what River Whiteclaw can do. Tears pricked at River's eyes, but they were not tears of despair. They were the kind that rose from courage, from hope, from the unshakable bond of family. She straightened, inhaled deeply, and let the warmth of her parents' support fill her, carrying her forward. Keith may have broken her once, but he would not define her. This was her choice, her path, her beginning. With one final glance back at her family, River stepped through the gates, ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 3. Fire. At 2 a.m, River stood in front of the bathroom mirror, her palms resting on the cool porcelain sink. Dark circles bruised the skin beneath her eyes, stark against her pale complexion. Her fiery red hair hung loose and unruly around her face, a silent testament to weeks of too little sleep and too much strain. She had been at the training center for nearly 3 months now, 3 months since 100 cadets had arrived at these grounds, strong, confident, certain they belonged. 3 months of relentless drills, bruises she'd never been given time to heal, and goodbyes spoken quietly as one by one, names were crossed off the list. She exhaled slowly. Given everything, it was no surprise. Tension coiled tight in her chest, shared by her wolf, Rain, who paced restlessly inside her. Sleep had been impossible. Every time River closed her eyes, her thoughts dragged her back to the same truth. She was one of the final 20. Out of hundreds of applicants, she had made it through. The weight of it settled over her again, equal parts pride and fear. Being selected for the final round of warrior training was an honor few ever reached. The competition had been brutal, cadets falling behind, failing trials, breaking under the pressure. River had scraped through by the narrowest of margins, her reflexes during the combat techniques exam pushing her just ahead of the others. Hers and Rain's. Still, this was only the beginning. Only 2 would earn a place in the Royal Guard. That didn't mean the rest were failures. Most packs would be proud to claim any of the final 20, offering them respected positions within their forces. Making it this far already marked a warrior as exceptional. But being one of the 2? That was every cadet's dream. And River wanted it more than anything. She wanted to protect the castle, to stand where it mattered most, not just to prove those wrong who believed she was nothing without a sense of smell, but to prove, to herself most of all, that she was strong, that she belonged. River turned on the tap and let the water run over her hands. She leaned forward, cupped it, and splashed her face once, twice, 3 times. The cold shocked her senses, grounding her. When she straightened, she patted her skin dry with a towel and draped it over her shoulder. She brushed her hair back and met her own gaze in the mirror. Her eyes looked tired, but they were steady. "Come on, River," she murmured to her reflection. "You really need to sleep. Tomorrow's training, and the day after that, the interview. You can do this." The words felt thin, but she said them anyway. Sometimes courage was nothing more than refusing to let doubt speak last. She forced a small smile and slipped quietly back to the dormitory. When she finally lay down, exhaustion pulled at her limbs, but her mind refused to rest. It took nearly an hour of tossing and turning before sleep finally claimed her. River was jolted awake by noise, shouting, boots slamming against the floor. Someone swore loudly nearby. For a moment, she lay there with her heart racing, her thoughts still tangled in sleep, trying to understand why everything felt so wrong. Then she pushed herself upright. Cadets rushed around the dormitory, half-dressed and frantic. Some struggled into uniforms with clumsy fingers. Others bolted for the door without shoes. The air felt thick, too warm, too heavy, and when River drew in a breath, her throat burned. Fear settled in her chest. Beside her, Celesta shot up, nostrils flaring as she sniffed the air. The color drained from her face. River frowned. She couldn't smell anything. She never had. But she didn't need scent to know something was wrong. Smoke crept along the ceiling, gray fingers curling downward. Her eyes stung. "Fire?" River croaked, swinging her legs out of bed. "Is it a fire?" Celesta nodded, already pulling on her boots. "Yes, I smell it. It's close. The smoke's getting worse." River swallowed. Heat pressed against her skin now, as if the room itself were closing in on her. "We have to go," Celesta said urgently. "Now." But people hesitated. River watched in disbelief as cadets reached for bags, fumbling with straps, shoving belongings inside, as though any of it mattered. Anger flared, hot and sharp. "Outside!" River snapped, grabbing one cadet by the arm and yanking him upright. "Leave it! Leave all of it! There's no time!" "But now," she shouted. The word didn't just echo, it pressed down on the room. Everything stilled. River felt it immediately, the weight behind her voice, the sudden shift in the air. Her heart stumbled. She hadn't meant to do that. It had just torn out of her. Alexander froze, staring at her. Like Celesta, he carried beta blood, strong enough to resist most commands, but this one he felt. Slowly, he let the bag fall from his hands. Then he turned and ran. The others followed. No questions, no hesitation. River clapped a hand over her mouth, shock rippling through her. Did I just use the alpha command? There was no time to think much about it. The smoke thickened rapidly. Flames flared near the door that lead to the bathrooms, crawling along the nearest beds. The corridor beyond was already swallowed by fire and black haze. River coughed hard, pulling her sleeve over her mouth and nose. Move. Now. She ran. Cold air struck her like a slap as she burst outside. Alarms wailed. Firelight danced across the stone walls. Voices collided in sharp, panicked bursts. River spun, scanning the group. Is everyone here? She demanded. No clear answers. Shrugs. Blank looks. Her stomach tightened. She counted. Once, twice, 18, 19, including her. Someone was missing. Her thoughts raced through names, faster and faster. James, Andrew, Alexander. Her chest clenched. Una, River said aloud. Then louder, panic clawing up her throat. Has anyone seen Una? Vanja stepped forward, pale and shaken. She had cramps and went to the toilets. I fell asleep again, and when the fire started, she wasn't in her bed. River looked at the building before breaking into a run to the side where the toilets were. Una! She shouted, rounding the corner as flames licked from the upper windows. Una! Can you hear me? A faint, desperate voice answered. River, help! She skidded to a stop beneath the toilet window. Una's face appeared behind the glass, streaked with tears, terror etched into every line. Iron bars blocked the way out. River forced herself to breathe. Una, listen to me. Are there any towels in there? No. Una sobbed. River's gaze snapped to the brown curtain. Rip it down. Soak it. Press it against the bottom of the door. Footsteps thundered behind her as instructors and several cadets arrived, taking in the situation in seconds. She's trapped, River said quickly. We need these bars off. They moved at once. Inside, Una screamed, The curtain's up, but the window won't open. Stand back, River shouted. She grabbed a heavy stone and hurled it. The glass shattered in all directions. River stripped off her t-shirt, wrapped it around her hand, and knocked away the remaining shards, her movements fast and clumsy. She draped fabric over the jagged edges. Now, she called. Una scrambled through, coughing, shaking, but alive. Rough cheers broke out behind them. River's legs finally weakened, her knees trembling as the weight of it all crashed down on her. She sucked in a breath of smoke-tainted air and realized, only then, how close they'd come. Later, paramedics checked them over, while firefighters extinguished the last of the blaze. Instructors stood nearby, voices low and tight as they argued among themselves. You're fine, the medic told River, offering a brief, reassuring smile. Una sat a few meters away, wrapped in a blanket far too large for her small frame, an oxygen mask covering half her face. Without it, she looked painfully young, more girl than warrior. River pushed herself to her feet and crossed the distance before anyone could stop her. Una looked up when she sensed her, eyes bright with unshed tears. I'm sorry, she rasped, the words fogging the mask. I didn't mean to ruin everything. River's chest tightened. She crouched in front of her and took Una's hand, warm and trembling in her own. You didn't ruin anything, she said firmly. You survived. That's what matters. Una shook her head, curls sticking to her damp cheeks. You're still here. You'll make it. I know you will. River swallowed hard. It won't be the same without you. A small, crooked smile appeared beneath the mask. Then make it count for both of us. A medic gently touched Una's shoulder. We need to go now. Una squeezed River's hand once more. Don't forget me, Leora. Never, River whispered. You're stuck with me, even if you don't want to be. Una let out a shaky laugh, then allowed herself to be guided away. As the ambulance doors closed and the vehicle drove off, silence settled over the remaining cadets, heavy and final. And then there were 19, Ryan said, almost casually. River didn't answer. Her chest felt too hollow. That night, lying on an air mattress beneath unfamiliar walls, sleep refused to come. Without you, Una wouldn't be here, Rain said quietly. That doesn't make it better, River replied. She was the one I got on with most. Rain hesitated. I should have been there more. River stared at the ceiling, the ache in her chest tightening. No, she swallowed. This is on me. If I could smell, if I were normal, I would have woken sooner. And Alpha should have sensed it before the others. The words tasted bitter, but they felt true. Silence stretched between them. Good night, Rain, she whispered at last. Her wolf withdrew, leaving River alone with her thoughts. Fear, pride, grief, and the quiet certainty that something inside her had shifted. Nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 4, Princess Aurora. The following morning, the routine resumed as if nothing had happened. All candidates were issued a light gray t-shirt and a dark blue tracksuit, the schedule unchanged, the pace unrelenting. There was no pause to process the fire, no space to dwell on fear. Training moved on, whether they were ready or not. Shortly after midday, she managed to call her mother. Until then, she hadn't found the words to talk about the fire at all. While others were already speculating about whether it had been an accident or deliberately lit, River finally spoke. The words spilled out of her. Facts first, then fear, then the quiet weight of what had almost been lost, told as calmly as if it were part of any other training day. Oh, darling, those are typical Luna traits. It's a shame that, Mum, let's not talk about him. He has his Luna, and I have my own life, River muttered. With a sigh, she added, I want nothing more than to join the Royal Guard. But sweetheart, you only have a 1 in 20 chance. No, I have a 1 in 19 chance, and I'm also high on the leaderboard, River replied proudly. She was ranked 5th after weeks of intensive effort, ahead of some of the more muscular candidates in the group. River 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕, you're expected by the jury, a familiar voice called. River knew it instantly. Ms. Arden, one of the instructors who had guided them through the past 3 months. I've got to go, she said quickly to her mother, forcing a smile. Speak soon. Give my love to Dad and my brothers. I will. Good luck, sweetheart. I'm rooting for you, her mother replied. River pocketed her phone and hurried to the small room serving as a temporary jury chamber. Before entering, she took a deep breath to calm her nerves. Upon stepping into the room, she noticed the gathering was larger than she had expected. Her eyes widened in admiration as they landed on a slender woman in a long, form-fitting green dress that ended just above the knees. Her ash-blonde hair was neatly styled in a large bun, and a subtle layer of eyeshadow accentuated her electric blue eyes. River's breath caught as realization dawned. This is none other than Princess Aurora herself. The petite, gray-haired woman gestured toward an empty chair. Take a seat, Cadet 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. River nodded and sat down. Are you the daughter of Alpha 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊? Princess Aurora asked with interest. No, I'm his sister, Princess. My brother recently took up the position of Alpha. Oh, that's unfortunate. Were you unable to attend his ceremony? Princess Aurora inquired, as she settled into her reserved seat. "No, but I'm certain my brother will be an excellent alpha, and my sister-in-law a remarkable Luna. I congratulated them by phone. My priorities are here for now." The princess nodded in understanding, offering a warm smile. "You've demonstrated leadership and saved a fellow participant's life. Not everyone possesses those qualities." She nodded toward the open file on the table, then looked back up. "It also states here that you cannot smell. Is that true?" River's shoulders stiffened. Her fingers curled in her lap before she could stop them. She dropped her gaze, heat creeping up her neck, and gave a small nod. The silence pressed down on her as old embarrassment settled in her chest. "Yes, princess," she admitted. Then, looking the princess directly in the eyes, she added firmly, "But I always know the right course of action. Our other senses are heightened, far stronger than those of others." She defended herself with conviction. "By our senses, you mean yours and your wolf's?" "Yes," River confirmed proudly. Princess Aurora turned her attention to one of the jury members, Beta Leo. "Could you ask her to respond to the statement?" she requested. River watched the princess curiously. Beta Leo cleared his throat and asked, "Yes, princes." Princess Aurora nodded before turning back to River with a smile. She was there to find a new personal guard, and had already made up her mind before she saw the girl. The red-haired wolf with no scent was to be her new guard. "All right," he said, folding his hands on the table. "Here's the statement. If courage is more important than intelligence, can an army still win a war?" "I'd like to hear your interpretation." River considered her answer carefully, aiming for the best response. "May I answer now?" Of course. Don't you need more time to think?" River shook her head. "No, that won't be necessary." "All right then, go ahead." "A war can't be fought on courage and strength alone," River said. "Strategy is essential. Without it, how do you even reach your objective?" I could talk about this for hours, but it comes down to one simple truth. No war has ever been won with courage alone. Among wolves, a pack needs a strong and intelligent alpha, and even the best alpha is nothing without a dependable pack behind him. Warriors must train being more than just powerful. They have to think. They need to know the land, the escape routes, the weak points. The elderly and the children must be moved to safety before the first blow ever falls. If no one plans for that, if no one thinks ahead, a pack won't survive the first assault. So to answer your question, she lifted her gaze. No, without intelligence, you can't win a war. The princess paced back and forth, her finger resting against her chin. The clicking of her heels on the floor heightened River's nerves. Finally, the princess halted and stared piercingly at her. "You were rejected by an alpha. How did that make you feel?" Princess Aurora asked. River's expression turned pained as she glanced at the jury. Some members stared at the table in front of them, while Ms. Arden gave her a sympathetic look. He didn't want a Luna with a disability. "That's why he rejected me. He said I didn't display the initial signs of a mate bond like other wolves." "No scent, no mate bond," he said. After a brief pause, River shrugged and looked directly at the princess. "His loss. I'm strong, and I prefer no mate to one who can't accept me as I am." "Good. Good," the princess said before turning to the jury members. "She's the one. She'll be my new personal guard, Alpha Didier." The juror and commander of the royal family started in surprise at the princess's words and reacted immediately. "Princess, we were only selecting guards for the royal guard. Were you also looking for a personal guard?" "Oh, come now, Didier. My personal guard is ready for a home. I trust her completely. You still need 2 guards for the royal guard, but she's my chosen one." 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒐𝒏 sighed, glancing between Princess Aurora and the astonished River. The jury had already considered River a top candidate, but now they'd have to find someone else to fill her spot. "As you wish, Princess Aurora. Starting next week, River will be your personal guard," 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒐𝒏 confirmed with a respectful bow. The princess returned his nod and approached River with a radiant smile. "Do you have any questions for me personally, River?" the princess asked. River thought hard, but her thoughts were tumbling over one another too fast to settle on anything meaningful. She shook her head. "No," she said quietly. "I don't have any questions right now. Are you certain?" Aurora asked. "Yes," River replied, firmer this time. "Very well," 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒐𝒏 said. "We'll see you next week at the castle. You'll receive an email with all the details." River rose to her feet, her heart racing. "Until next week, Princess," she said with a bow, her voice betraying her excitement. She offered a final nod to those seated at the table and hurried from the room. The moment the door closed behind her, she pressed both hands over her mouth, a breathless laugh escaping her. "Rain," she whispered, barely able to contain herself. "We did it. We've been chosen. What will they say now about their scentless beast?" She waited for her wolf's familiar presence, for the spark of pride, the teasing remark, something. Nothing answered. The joy dimmed, just slightly. A thin shadow slid over her excitement as she realized Rain was still distant, still silent. And somehow, that hurt more than she wanted to admit. That evening, River savored her chicken stew with a smile. Celesta sat beside her, looking at her with curiosity. "River, is it true what I heard through the grapevine? Are you really going to be the princess's personal guard?" "Yes, she was present during the interview. I heard she was here. I didn't know it was for you. Oh, that's so exciting. You'll be so close to the royal family. And that hot prince," she says so dreamily that her last words come out in a sing-song voice. River shoots a critical glance at Celesta. "I'm there for work, and I don't expect to see the prince often. The princess has an extremely diverse schedule from his." "Well, I'm still trying," Celesta said lightly. "There are only 9 candidates left for the 2 royal guard spots, and now that they picked you as a personal guard of the royal family, everyone's going to be jealous." They both glanced around the dining hall. Conversations had quieted, and more than a few eyes were turned in River's direction. Whispers followed her like a current. Celesta nudged her with an elbow, grinning. River met her gaze, and the two of them giggled under their breath. "Maybe we'll still see each other," Celesta said, "at the castle cantina, or one of the pubs nearby, after work." "Maybe," River replied, smiling softly. "And how much are you going to earn?" Celesta asked. River shrugged. "I don't know. I forgot to ask. I was too nervous." Celesta laughed. "Of course you did. Where will you be staying?" "I didn't ask that either," River admitted with another shrug. Celesta stared at her. "Oh dear. What now?" River looked down at her half-eaten plate, then lifted one shoulder. "I'm sure I'll find out soon enough. Right?" She hesitated before asking, quieter now. "And you? What are you going to do if you don't make it?" Celesta didn't flinch. Hypothetical. "I'm staying on as a warrior. I already had a solid post on the western border. Maybe I'll get another chance." River frowned. "Celesta, you're already 26. If nothing changes, you'll have to wait another 5 years. You'll be too old to apply again." "Maybe," Celesta said, unfazed. Or maybe they'll open another selection next year. I'm staying optimistic. Before River could reply, a voice called from the doorway. River Whiteclaw, your clothes and belongings have arrived. The car is waiting outside, Cadet Alta announced. River let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Ah, finally, she pushed back her chair, nerves and excitement tangling in her chest all over again. This was real now. River heads to the front door, catching sight of a lime green sports car. She sprints outside and shouts at the top of her lungs, "Yorick!" She jumps into her brother's arms, and he spins her around cheerfully before setting her down. "What brings you here? I'm delivering your things. And I wanted to see my little sister," he says with a smile. "How sweet of you," River responds, playfully tapping his chest. "And how are you finding it here?" "Have you discovered much yet?" Yorick asked, tilting his head slightly, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Absolutely," River said, a small smile tugging at her lips. She crossed her arms briefly, shifting her weight from one foot to the other, feeling the excitement bubble under her calm. "You've got me intrigued, sis. Tell me." Yorick leaned closer, his gaze intent. "I'm not joining the Royal Guard." "Oh? That's disappointing. But why the smile then?" he asked, brow arched. "I'm going to be Princess Aurora's personal guard," she said, a proud glint in her eye, her hands clenched slightly at her sides, the thrill of the announcement making her heart race. "Does that pay well?" Yorick asked, leaning back and folding his arms with a playful smirk. "You're starting to sound just like Celesta," River replied, shaking her head and rolling her eyes, a grin spreading across her face. At that moment, Celesta stepped into the open doorway, stopping dead as the aroma of freshly baked pancakes hit her nose. Her eyes locked on Yorick's, and she froze, shoulders tensing, fingers curling slightly at her sides. Yorick's chest expanded with a slow inhale, and his crimson wolf hue seemed to deepen. His gaze lingered on her, and River couldn't help but notice the way his jaw flexed as he fought to keep still. Celesta shifted her weight from one foot to the other, a flush rising to her cheeks. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her lips parting slightly. Their breaths came faster, shallow, electric. River watched, biting the inside of her cheek, amusement dancing in her eyes. Finally, Yorick stepped closer, closing the distance with deliberate calm, his hand rising to rest gently against her cheek. Celesta tilted her head, leaning into the touch, eyelids lowering as a soft sigh escaped her. Her fingers twitched, almost reaching to brush against him, hesitant but yearning. River turned away, brushing her hands down her tracksuit, trying not to grin too widely. "I'll just get my things out of the car myself," she murmured, stepping back and shaking her head slightly, a mixture of amusement and relief on her face. After bidding farewell to her brother and tossing her belongings into a corner of the room, she had heard of the bond between her eldest brother Bjorn and his Luna, Faye, and now she was witnessing a new bond forming between Yorick and Celesta. Of course River was happy for them, but she had felt the pain of rejection. She had experienced the agony of a Métis bond being severed, and it was torture to watch new bonds form. River sat down at her mattress and powered up her old laptop. She opened her inbox and quickly deleted the mountain of spam. Then her eyes fell on an email from the royal palace. She clicked it open and read carefully. After opening a few attachments and printing them out for the required signatures, she repeatedly checked the date on the form. "Monday? Oh no, I'm expected Monday?" River muttered in shock. She reread the email to ensure she hadn't made a mistake. With her mouth agape, She stared at the date, which turned out to be correct, and grabbed her suitcase from the top of the wardrobe. She rummaged through her closet for clothes to pack. Before long, the whole family and pack knew that River was to become the princess's personal guard, and her phone was flooded with congratulatory messages. She answered them all, a small comfort in the chaos swirling inside her. Chapter 5. First Day. River said her goodbyes at home that morning. Her father embraced her longer than usual, his hands firm on her shoulders. Her mother smoothed River's hair back, eyes shining as she whispered a blessing under her breath. Yorick grinned like she was already a legend in the making. Bjorn stepped forward last. He studied her for a moment, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Then he reached out and clasped her shoulder, his grip solid and grounding. "Don't embarrass the pack," he said gruffly. River snorted softly. "I won't." For a brief second, his mouth twitched, almost a smile. He nodded once and stepped back, giving her space. Pride sat there too. He just didn't know how to show it. Pack members gathered in the courtyard, wished her luck when she left the pack house, and got into the car. 2 trusted warriors from the White Claw pack drove her, an honor and a reminder of what she carried with her. The journey passed in a blur of fields and stone walls, her thoughts too tangled to settle. When the castle finally rose into view, River's pulse quickened. She arrived at the castle grounds just after midday. While waiting for her royal steward Gerald, she stepped out and took in her surroundings. The inner courtyard was vast, an expanse of neatly kept grass framed by a U-shaped cobblestone drive. 2 towers rose high above the main structure, their shadows stretching across the stones like silent sentinels. "This is real," River thought. "I'm really here." The castle loomed around her, stone walls rising high enough to blot out part of the sky. Power clung to the place, not loud, not aggressive, but ancient and unquestioned. River felt it press against her senses, against her wolf, like an invisible current. Rain stirred uneasily, alert but restrained. River Whiteclaw. The deep voice behind her cut cleanly through her thoughts. River startled, spinning around too fast, heart leaping into her throat. Instinct took over immediately. Shoulders back, spine straight, chin lifted. Alpha blood did not allow slouching, not even in surprise. Sorry, she said quickly, then steadied herself. "I was just taking in the view. Yes, I'm River Whiteclaw. You must be Gerald." The man inclined his head, clearly approving of her posture. His uniform marked him as more than a simple guard. Neatly pressed, insignia polished, authority worn with ease rather than arrogance. "Yes, castle steward and senior escort," he said. "You'll find most people simply call me Gerald." They shook hands. His grip was firm, assessing, lingering just long enough for River to know she was being measured. "It's impressive," she admitted, glancing back at the courtyard. "Even larger than it looked from the front." "You'll get used to it," Gerald replied, though the faint smile that touched his lips suggested he never truly had. "Come, I'll show you to your quarters. You're expected at dinner tonight." That last sentence carried weight. River nodded and followed him through a discreet side entrance, her suitcase bumping softly against the stone floor as they walked. The corridors stretched on, grand but not ostentatious. Every turn whispered of order, of tradition, of eyes that noticed everything. She felt them, not open stares, but glances. Guards straightened subtly as she passed. Servants paused just a fraction too long. They didn't know her yet, but they felt something, alpha blood flowing through her veins, even without scent or rank. River walked deliberately, aware of the quiet acknowledgement around her. Gerald stopped at a door. "This is your room," he said. The door creaked slightly as he pushed it open, revealing a room warm with sunlight spilling through tall windows. Rich fabrics and muted colors gave it a surprisingly personal touch for such a grand castle. It didn't feel like a guest room or a temporary stop. It felt like a space meant to hold her. Gerald walked over to the polished desk and tapped a thick black folder. "You should have received an email with all the necessary information," he said. River nodded. "This folder also contains everything you'll need. Dinner is in less than an hour. All I can do now is wish you good luck." His words were practical, but River sensed the quiet reassurance. They expected her to belong here, even before she had fully arrived. "Thank you," River said sincerely. Gerald gave a small nod. "I'll leave you to settle in then. See you later." "Okay," she replied, and the door clicked softly behind him, leaving her alone. Alone, she started unpacking, grounding herself in familiar rituals. Dark green sheets, her favorite, books arranged just so, family photos lined neatly along the desk. She paused at one picture of her brothers, brushing her fingers over it. A small, steadying connection before stepping fully into the unknown. "Bjorn doesn't think I'll last," she thought, "but he's proud anyway." Her phone buzzed. Less than an hour. River exhaled sharply and moved fast. Shower, uniform, hair pulled back tight. When she looked at herself in the mirror, she barely recognized the woman staring back. Controlled, composed, guard ready. Still, empty. She stepped back into the hallway, map clutched uselessly in her hand. Nothing looked familiar. The castle seemed to shift when you weren't paying attention. Then she saw him. A man walked toward her from the opposite corridor, a towel slung around his neck, sweat darkening the fabric of his shirt. His presence reached her before her thoughts did. Solid, grounded, unmistakably alpha adjacent. Midnight blue eyes flicked to hers and held. River's pulse stumbled. She broke eye contact at once, dropping her gaze to the stone floor as heat crept up her neck, annoyed at herself for reacting at all. Even without looking, she could feel him still there, steady, watchful, far too aware of her. "New arrival?" he asked, his voice low and unhurried. "Yes," she replied, then winced at how small it sounded. She straightened quickly, fixing her attention on a crack in the stone wall rather than his face. "I'm looking for Princess Aurora's chambers." Recognition passed through him. She sensed it more than saw it. "You're her new guard." It wasn't a question. River nodded, still refusing to meet his eyes. "Next door to yours," he said. "Royal protocol. Proximity equals protection. Thank you." She hesitated, fingers curling against her palm. "I'm River Whiteclaw." A pause, then she felt it. The slow curve of his attention, the weight of it settling on her like a touch. When she finally risked a glance, a faint, knowing smile played at his mouth. He dipped his head once and walked on without offering his name. River watched his retreating shadow instead of his back, heat creeping up her neck despite herself. How rude, she thought faintly, and unsettling. She found the door easily after that. "Princess Aurora," River said formally as she knocked, bowing when the door opened. Aurora looked her over once, quick, sharp, assessing. "No," the princess said immediately. "You're not coming to dinner like that." River blinked. This is my uniform. Tonight, you're not staff," Aurora replied coolly. "You're a guest, and a future shield of this family." That matters." Before River could argue, Aurora was already pulling dresses from her wardrobe, her movements decisive. River stood frozen in the doorway, painfully aware of her place, of how quickly her life had shifted. When she finally looked at herself again, dressed in black lace and elegance she hadn't known she could wear, something inside her cracked. Keith's rejection surfaced unbidden, too flawed, too weak, too scentless. Aurora met her gaze in the mirror. "That alpha was wrong," the princess said flatly. "And one day, he'll realize exactly what he threw away." River gave a small, uncertain smile and looked away. "You shouldn't say that. There's a reason I was rejected. I can't smell. That alone makes me unsuitable for most high positions. No alpha would choose that willingly." Aurora paused, her expression sharpening, not offended, but thoughtful. She studied River in the mirror for a moment, as if seeing past the words. "You speak as if strength comes in only one shape," Aurora said quietly. "It doesn't. I've met leaders with broken bodies, wounded wolves, and scars no one ever talks about. What made them strong wasn't perfection, it was determination." River let out a soft, humorless breath. "Determination doesn't fix what others consider a flaw." "No," Aurora agreed, "but it does decide whether you let it define you." She adjusted a loose strand of River's hair, her tone softening. "And as for mates, not every bond is written the same way. Some are chosen, some come after loss, like a second change. You shouldn't close the door." River huffed a quiet laugh, shaking her head. "Chosen, maybe, but second chance mates?" She met Aurora's eyes in the mirror. "That still sounds like a story meant to make rejected wolves sleep better at night." Aurora smiled, slow, knowing. "Then perhaps the world hasn't finished surprising you yet." She stepped back, admiring her work. "Perfect." "And just in time. Come, my parents are waiting." River's nerves stirred as she followed Aurora down the corridor, the hum of power growing stronger with every step. The double doors were flanked by 2 royal guards who inclined their heads and opened them in silence. River drew in a steadying breath. This was no longer just a dream. Aurora approached her father, already seated at the head of the table, exuding the quiet authority of a man used to command. This was the first time River had seen the king in person, and the weight of his presence made her chest tighten. At 52, Alric could easily pass for 36, lean, muscular, and impossibly athletic. Aurora had clearly inherited his striking electric blue eyes. "Father, this is River, my new bodyguard. River, meet my father, King Alric." River dipped into a respectful bow, head low, then straightened. The king's gaze met hers, deep and assessing. His nod was subtle, but heavy with recognition. "Welcome. Is my daughter proving manageable?" His voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Yes, Your Majesty," River replied, keeping her posture rigid, every inch aware of the king's authority. A flicker of warmth passed over his features, a smile that made his eyes crinkle at the edges. At that moment, Queen Laura entered, graceful and poised in a pistachio-green silk gown that flared around her, echoing the elegance of River and Aurora's attire. Her presence was magnetic. Even River's modest figure felt dwarfed by the queen's regal aura. Laura's extended hand radiated calm authority. "Welcome, River. My name is Queen Laura," she said gently. River inclined her head and bowed once more. "Your Majesty." The queen nodded approvingly, then joined King Alric at the table, their fingers entwining in a silent testament to decades of partnership. A soft kiss shared between them reinforced the bond River could feel radiating from their connection. Aurora slid into her seat beside her mother, gesturing for River to sit opposite. Servants entered quietly, trays laden with a feast of chicken, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, and colorful side dishes. River's eyes swept over the bounty, her plate soon a mosaic of flavors and textures. Another plate and a set of cutlery were set before her, a quiet courtesy. "Arnold, will Hunter be joining us for dinner? Has he returned?" River noted the formality in the voice. It must be the butler speaking. Arnold rose slightly, straight-backed and composed. "Prince Hunter arrived this afternoon. Initially, he was uncertain about attending, but he has informed me he is preparing and will join us shortly." "Good," the Queen said, cutting her food with a small smile of relief. "I'm glad he'll be here this time." The family ate quietly, the only sounds the gentle clatter of cutlery and murmurs of conversation, until the double doors opened. River froze, breath catching. The man she had glimpsed earlier, the one with the midnight blue eyes and alpha-adjacent presence, now stepped into the room in a tailored deep blue suit. Every movement exuded precision and power. His slicked-back black hair and perfectly tailored attire emphasizing the athletic physique she had already noticed. River's heart stuttered. Her eyes widened as recognition dawned. This was Prince Hunter. Somehow, she had missed it before, distracted by his casual appearance earlier, by his commanding aura, or perhaps both. Chapter 6. The Dinner. Hunter's boots hit the gravel with a steady rhythm, duffel bag slung over one shoulder. The castle loomed ahead, imposing, every stone steeped in centuries of authority. He exhaled sharply, setting the weight of the day behind him, and disappeared into his room. The door clicked closed behind him. He dropped the bag, stripped off his uniform, and pulled on sports gear, tight, practical, familiar. The muscles in his legs tensed, his shoulders stretched. He needed to move, to burn off the restless energy coiling in his chest. He left the room, running through the corridors with the precision of someone who knew every step would carry him closer to clarity. Courtyards and halls blurred past as he picked up speed, entering the castle gardens. The cool air hit his face, and he let it push him, chasing the rhythm of his heartbeat. When he slowed at the edge of a fountain, chest heaving, the air shifted, something subtle, faint, different. His wolf stirred, alert, restless. Hunter froze mid-step, scanning the gardens instinctively. A scent, delicate and sweet, lingered on the wind. Nothing he had ever smelled before, yet it tugged at him with a gravity that made his pulse quicken. Ares growled low, nudging his awareness. "Track that scent." Hunter's chest tightened. He inhaled again, slower this time, letting the scent settle instead of chasing it. It wasn't aggressive. It didn't claw or demand. It pulled, alive, warm, vibrant, and somehow, dangerously, addictive. His feet moved before he fully decided to follow. The scent threaded through the corridor, faint but unmistakable, curling around stone and shadow. Each step sharpened it, made his wolf restless beneath his skin. This wasn't prey. This wasn't challenge. It was wrong in the way things only were when fate tangled itself where it didn't belong. Then the air shifted. A figure stepped into the corridor. Hunter slowed instinctively. A young woman walked there, a folded map clutched in her hand, as though she'd already realized it was useless. He didn't register her face at first. only her posture, straight-backed, controlled, the kind of stillness that came from discipline, not fear. Alpha adjacent, but not submissive. That's her, Aries rumbled. She paused, and their eyes met, moss green, framed by red hair. That faint pulse of awareness, the subtle rhythm of someone who didn't yet know how important she was, hit him like a shock. His wolf stirred instinctively, tense, curious. Something about her scent, soft, sweet, unfamiliar, made the muscles in his back tighten, made his pulse quicken. He couldn't name it yet. He wasn't even sure what he was feeling, only that the calm, measured way she stood, the way her gaze avoided his, it pulled at him in a way he had never felt before. "New arrival?" he asked, keeping his voice steady, low, and unhurried, as though the calm tone could anchor the stir of his instincts. "Yes," she replied quickly, voice small, tentative. She straightened immediately, trying to regain control. "I'm looking for Princess Aurora's chambers." Recognition clicked somewhere in the back of his mind. Her. She's the new guard, close to Aurora. Not a question, only a statement. "You're her new guard," he said, stepping slightly forward, measuring her. The words weren't accusatory, but the weight behind them carried authority. She nodded, fingers curling slightly, refusing his gaze. He noted the tension coiled in her posture, the subtle pull she didn't even realize she had on him. "Next door to yours," he added quietly, his tone flat, informing her of the proximity required by protocol. "Thank you," she murmured, hesitating, fingers brushing against the map she clutched. "I'm River Whiteclaw." That name, it hung in the air, familiar yet strange. His wolf pressed forward, curious, sensing her in a way his mind hadn't yet named. He felt the slow curve of her attention, brushing against his own, like a thread tugging at something deep inside. Hunter allowed himself a slow, almost imperceptible smile, dipping his head once. He didn't offer his name. Not yet. Let her come to understand what he was, what he sensed. As he walked on, he kept a corner of his awareness on her. She moved with careful precision, controlled, but there was a pull in the air, subtle, intoxicating, that left him aware of her long after she had passed. Something about her was different. He didn't understand it yet, but he would. The shadow of her presence lingered as he disappeared down the corridor. His wolf growled softly in frustration and curiosity, restless. He had never smelled anything quite like her, sweet, sharp, distinct, and utterly compelling. Hunter slowed, letting the feeling settle, telling himself to be patient. She didn't know yet, but he did, and that was enough, for now. Hunter leaned against the doorframe of his room, closing his eyes. His breathing was uneven, his pulse racing as though he'd just run a marathon. River Whiteclaw. Red hair, moss-green eyes, the subtle curve of her form, she haunted him. Her scent, faint but intoxicating, carried a delicate floral note that made him hold his breath. She's my fated mate. The thought made his chest tighten, yet he didn't dare act on it. At least, not yet. She didn't react like a mate should? Aries murmured in his mind. "I know. What should we do now?" "Well, she's my sister's new guard, so it's tradition she's expected at dinner tonight," Hunter replied. "Let's see if she notices, naturally." He went to his bathroom, stripped off his clothes, tossing them aside, and stepped into the shower. Even under the water, her presence lingered in his mind, drawing a low, unbidden growl from deep within. He clenched his jaw and let the heat of the water dull the ache of restraint. _ Later, Hunter arrived in the dining hall, fashionably late, letting his gaze sweep the room. River stiffened instantly, avoiding his eyes, trying to stay composed under his subtle alpha pull. He noticed the black lace dress clinging to her form, the elegant cut highlighting all the right curves as she sat. She didn't dare look directly at him, and he resisted the urge to draw her attention. Aurora leapt from her seat, arms wrapping around him. "You're finally back! We've missed you so much." The king and queen rose beside their chairs, smiling. Hunter returned the greetings warmly, kissing his mother and Aurora's cheek, receiving a brief, playful pat from his father. "Relieved your time with the royal guard is over?" the king asked. "Yes, father. It feels good to finish my service." His gaze drifted to River once more. She had risen from her seat, standing politely at the table, hands pressed lightly to her legs, posture straight and composed. Even without meeting his eyes, the subtle tension radiating off her made his chest tighten. "Hello again, River Whiteclaw," he said softly, letting a trace of warmth slip into his voice, enough to make her cheeks flush. Her green eyes flickered downward when she offered a polite bow. "It's nice to see you again, Prince Hunter," she murmured. He nodded slowly, letting his gaze linger just enough to unsettle without intimidation. River's gaze briefly locked with his before averting it, and he let the moment linger, relishing the tension. He sat, the chair creaking softly beneath him. A servant approached, setting a plate before him. Hunter picked at it mechanically. The scent of roasted meat and herbs made his stomach rumble. The first bite was like heaven after the dull food in the training camp cafeteria. Warm, savory, perfectly seasoned. "Did you two meet?" Aurora asked, curiosity in her tone. "Briefly. After my run," Hunter replied, leaning back slightly. "She was looking for your room." He let the comment hang, his eyes keeping River in view, tracking the way she shifted in her seat, knife pressing into the meat on her plate as if she needed the resistance. She cut a small piece and brought it to her mouth, chewing slowly. "Whiteclaw," he said, tilting his head. "Are you the sister of Alpha Bjorn Whiteclaw?" She swallowed and answered, "Yes, I am. Why are you my sister's guard? As the daughter of an Alpha, aren't you supposed to become a Luna?" River froze mid-motion, napkin lifting to her lips. I... Her hesitation caught his attention. Not the uncertainty, but the sting beneath it. "Brother, now is not the time," Aurora interjected. "It's a fair question," Hunter added, gaze steady, watching her reaction. "I was rejected," River whispered, barely audible. "What? Could you repeat that?" he asked, cupping the side of his head. "I was rejected," she repeated, voice trembling. Hunter's lips curved into a bitter smile, not at her, but at the Alpha foolish enough to deny her. A true Alpha would never reject a fated mate. That's the most foolish thing imaginable. "Did you disgrace him somehow?" When River stood, the chair made a loud scraping sound. Her green eyes met his, blazing with restrained fury. "He rejected me because I wasn't good enough, because of a flaw he thought ridiculous." She turned from the queen to the king. "I've lost my appetite. Thank you for the meal." Then she turned to Aurora. "Princess Aurora, you'll find me in my room." The room fell into uneasy silence. As River left the room, Hunter's eyes followed the subtle sway of her back, the black lace hugging her in all the right places. A low, unbidden growl rumbled in his chest, and he swallowed hard, forcing himself to look away before his fascination became too obvious. His eyes flicked to Aurora's icy stare. "What?" he asked, bemused. "Did you really have to interrogate her like that?" she hissed. "There's something off about her," he muttered under his breath. A sharp slap landed on the back of his head from his father. 25, and still acting like a child. "I didn't mean it like that," Hunter said, rubbing the spot, jaw tightening. "There's just something not right, Hunter. Don't you see you've hurt her?" Aurora asked quietly. I just want to understand why fate chose her," he murmured. Laura's mouth fell open. "Hunter, what are you implying?" "That she-wolf is my mate," he said calmly, eyes narrowing slightly. "She doesn't even realize it. What's the point of a bond if she can't sense it?" Aurora sighed, a mixture of frustration and amusement. "Hunter, River can't detect sense. That's why she was rejected. But she's remarkable. Strong, intelligent, courageous. At the campsite, she saved everyone from the fire. A true Luna. And now, you just happen to be her daft second-chance mate." Hunter's jaw tightened. The truth settled heavily over him. He glanced at the plate, took a bite, but the taste was gone almost immediately. Guilt and worry replaced satisfaction. "She really can't smell?" he asked, incredulous. "Yes, what part of that don't you understand?" Aurora snapped. Hunter pushed the plate aside, rising. "My apologies. I'm heading to the library," he murmured, ignoring Aurora's frustrated growl when he left the room. In the library, he sank onto the sofa, pulling a book from the shelf. The words blurred. Hours passed in quiet contemplation. He set the book aside with a sigh. Wandering the corridors, he found himself outside Aurora's room. Laughter, River's laughter, drifted to him. Light, melodic, entirely hers. "Why don't you just tell her?" Ares murmured. "I want her to figure it out herself," Hunter said, pressing his ear lightly to the door. But her laughter mingled with Aurora's again. He smiled faintly, letting the moment linger. Patience. She would know soon, and when she did, he would be there. Hunter turned, startled to see a grinning Omar approaching to take over for River. "Please don't tell my sister I was eavesdropping," Hunter whispered, finger to lips. "I would never, Prince Hunter," Omar replied, hands raised in mock surrender. "Shall I knock for the changeover?" "Wait a minute, then knock to your heart's content," Hunter said, hurriedly retreating to his room. A soft pulse in his mind signaled a mind link from Aurora. "Next time, you don't need to eavesdrop. Just ask me about our conversations. Your mate is a lovely girl. She'd make a great sister-in-law." He couldn't suppress a smile. Of course she was a lovely girl. "I'm sorry about my behavior at dinner," he admitted. "Oh, no need to apologize to me. You should do it to River instead." "I know, and I will," he murmured, jaw tightening. "Well, good night, and see you at training grounds tomorrow." "See you tomorrow, sis," Hunter replied, irritation in his voice, though a small smile tugged at his lips. Hunter paused outside his door, hand pressed to his chest. Her laughter, stubbornness, and alpha presence gnawed at him. She didn't need to know yet. He just had to let her realize it herself. He opened the door with a quiet sigh. The night stretched on, but his mind remained tangled in thoughts of River and the unacknowledged bond between them. Chapter 7. Invitations Sent. The next morning, Floral helped Aurora into a simple pale blue dress, the fabric light and unadorned. Aurora's gaze drifted to the maid's hands as she worked, her fingers smudged with dark ink that no amount of scrubbing ever seemed to remove. Aurora smiled faintly. She knew those stains well. "Floral," she said casually. "Did my parents need you to write another letter?" Floral hesitated, then shook her head. "No, Princess. I was asked to prepare the invitations for the royal ball." Aurora's brows lifted slightly. "The royal ball?" She turned just enough to meet Floral's eyes in the mirror. "And who are the invitations for?" "Every strong family," Floral replied, "with an unmarried lady of age." Aurora's expression stilled. "The 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 𝑺𝒆𝒄𝒕𝒊𝒐𝒏." She asked softly. Floral glanced down at her hands. "Their names weren't on my list, but I wasn't the only one assigned to the task." She hesitated. "Would you like me to check?" Aurora already knew the answer. No list. 1 list. 10 lists. It wouldn't matter. If River wasn't on Floral's, she wouldn't be on any of them. "No," Aurora said calmly. "It's not needed." She paused, then added, more gently, "But thank you for asking." Floral inclined her head, relief flickering briefly across her face. Aurora stood and smoothed the skirt of her dress. "Would you lay out my training clothes on the bed?" she asked. "The black set. I won't need anything formal again until lunch." "Yes, Princess. And you're dismissed until then," Aurora added. "I'll call for you when I need to be ready." Floral smiled and curtsied. "Of course." Once the door closed behind her, the room felt suddenly too quiet. Aurora crossed to the bed, where her training gear had already been laid out with careful precision. She stared at it without really seeing it, her thoughts tightening into something sharp and purposeful. 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 River, invitations sent, names chosen, doors quietly closed. Aurora's jaw set. "This won't stand," she muttered. She turned on her heel and swept out of her chambers, skirts snapping softly around her legs as she moved with long, purposeful strides. Servants stepped aside unquestionably. Guards straightened as she passed, sensing the shift in her mood. Omar fell into step behind her without a word, matching her pace easily. The corridor leading to the elders' council chambers loomed ahead. Good. She didn't slow. If the elders believed they could decide who belonged and who didn't, without her voice, they were gravely mistaken. Aurora pushed open the heavy doors and stormed inside. Elder Maria was already there, as always, surrounded by ledgers and ancient books. She looked up as Aurora approached, offering a restrained nod. "Good morning, Princess." Aurora ignored the greeting entirely. "Maria, I want the guest list for the royal ball." There was the briefest hesitation, so brief it might have gone unnoticed by anyone else. "Of course, Princess," Maria said, unrolling a parchment across the table. Aurora scanned it quickly, her eyes darting across the names. Noble houses, powerful bloodlines, daughters of age. She reached the end. Her stomach dropped. "Why?" Aurora said slowly, her voice dangerously calm. "Are Alpha 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 and his sister not on this list?" Maria's fingers curled slightly against the table. "Princess, River 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 is a rejected wolf. She lacks a functional sense of smell. The council deemed her unsuitable." "Unsuitable," Aurora repeated, her voice rising. "Was this decision made together?" Maria pressed her lips into a thin line, her gaze slipping away. "So it had begun months ago, before Floral, before the invitations were ever written." "You excluded her over a scent deficiency?" Aurora snapped. "Did any of you bother to ask how she lost it?" "We assumed it was genetic," Maria replied. "And is it?" Silence. Maria swallowed. "We don't know." Aurora leaned forward, palms flat against the table, her eyes burning. Normally, The council is aware of every aspect of a werewolf's life, but this was assumed, and you erased her on that basis. A woman who saved lives. A woman of alpha blood. A woman standing under this roof as my guard. She straightened, fury coiling tight in her chest. You will correct this, Aurora said coldly, immediately, or I will ensure my parents and the entire kingdom hears exactly how the elders decide worth, based on ignorance and fear. The room felt suddenly very small. Maria bowed her head. As you wish, princess. Aurora turned sharply and left, already planning her next move. River Whiteclaw would not be sidelined, not while Aurora still had a voice. Aurora pushed through the heavy doors of the council chamber, fury still humming beneath her skin. The corridor beyond was quiet, too quiet. She smelled stood at attention just outside the hall. She gave River a sharp nod, commanding, clipped, unmistakably alpha. No words, no softness. She didn't trust herself for either. River returned the gesture at once, disciplined and alert, but Aurora was already moving. She set off toward the dining hall, her pace brisk and unforgiving. Footsteps fell in behind her. River, keeping up easily, but Aurora didn't slow. If anything, she walked faster, burning off the last of her anger through motion alone. The grand doors of the dining hall loomed ahead. Normally, she would pause here, a word to her guards, a nod, a small kindness. Not today. The doors were opened for her, and Aurora swept inside without a backward glance, heading straight for her seat at the table. She felt the doors close behind her, with a decisive thud. Only then did she allow herself to breathe. The heavy doors closed behind Aurora and the Queen, their voices fading into the dining hall beyond. River stayed where she had been assigned, just outside the entrance, hands folded neatly behind her back. 2 guards already stood posted at either side of the doors. Older, broader men in royal colors, their attention fixed forward. She offered them a brief, instinctive nod. One returned it. The other merely inclined his head a fraction, acknowledging her presence without scrutiny. River shifted her weight slightly, conscious of the echo of her boots against the floor. She replayed Aurora's expression in her mind, the anger, the restraint barely holding it in place. Something had happened in that chamber, something important. And though River didn't yet understand it, she had the distinct sense that she had been standing too close to the center of it. Footsteps approached. She straightened instinctively. A man stopped beside her, tall, lean, his posture precise without being rigid. His presence was calm, practiced. This was someone who had spent years in service. "You must be River Whiteclaw," he said. "Yes, sir," River replied quickly. He inclined his head. "Remy, Queen Laura's personal guard." Before she could respond, the air shifted. Both of them snapped to attention as the king rounded the corner, Prince Hunter at his side. Power rolled off them. Different flavors, same bloodline. The king's was steady and commanding, the prince's, sharper, uncontained. Hunter's gaze flicked briefly toward River, just a glance, assessing. Then they were past her, the doors opening once more to admit them. Only once the doors closed did River realize she had been holding her breath. A low chuckle sounded nearby. "Well," a deep voice said, "that's our cue." The speaker was enormous, broad shoulders, thick arms, a presence that felt immovable. He looked at River with open curiosity, rather than scrutiny. "Boris," he said, "King's Guard." River nodded to him in turn. "River, first day?" Boris asked. "Yes. That explains the posture," he said with a grin. "Come on, you'll learn quickly enough." They led the way down a wide stairwell into the guard cantina. The space opened into a long hall filled with noise and warmth. The scent of food hit her first: roasted meats, bread, spices. Long wooden tables filled the room, scarred by years of use. Guards laughed, argued, ate with abandon. This was not the polished restraint of the upper halls. This was where warriors lived. River hesitated at the threshold. Boris noticed. "It's not a throne room," he said. "You won't break it." She stepped inside. The conversations didn't stop, but a few curious glances followed her. She was aware of it instantly. The newcomer, the White Claw. She collected her food quickly, choosing simply, and followed the others to an empty table. For a moment, no one spoke directly to her. She didn't mind. She listened. These men knew each other, fought together, protected the same lives for years. She was stepping into something already forged. Still, a question lingered. "May I ask something?" she said carefully. Boris looked up, interested. "You may." "Why doesn't Prince Hunter have a personal guard?" The silence was brief. Then laughter erupted. Boris leaned back, shaking his head. "Because no one lasts. More than 50 guards have tried," Remy said evenly. "They either quit or request reassignment." River blinked. "But the king needs one," Boris finished. "The prince doesn't. Why not?" Boris's grin faded into something respectful. "Because Hunter is stronger than any of us in this room, stronger than his father ever was." Remy nodded once. Assigning him a guard would be ceremonial at best. River absorbed that quietly. Power without protection. Interesting. She returned to her meal, her mind already adjusting, already mapping this new world. This was only the beginning. An hour after breakfast, River and Aurora stood side by side on the training field, both dressed for combat rather than court. Aurora wore the clothes that had been laid out for her on her bed, her blonde hair twisted into a loose, careless bun. River opted for a green sports bra and the same practical leggings, her copper hair pulled into a tight, high ponytail that kept every strand out of reach. The morning air was cool, carrying the sharp scent of grass and sweat. "Ready!" Aurora called, already breaking into a run toward the group warming up ahead. River followed without hesitation, falling into step beside her with easy precision. 2 men oversaw the training, similar builds, similar eyes. Family, she guessed. "Well, well," the younger one drawled as they approached, a crooked grin flashing across his face. "The princess finally decided to join us." "A princess is never late, Chase," Aurora shot back smoothly. Chase's attention shifted to River, his gaze sweeping over her without shame. Curious, assessing. "Well, hello," he said. "We haven't been introduced. I'm Chase." "River," she replied, her tone neutral, giving him nothing extra. Something flickered in his expression at her name. Brief, instinctive, not conscious. "I didn't expect your guard to look like this," Chase said, smirking. "Does your brother keep all the interesting things to himself?" "Enough," the older man snapped, his voice sharp with authority. Aurora gestured between them. "River, this is Beta Mark, my father's right hand, and Chase is his son. He'll take over one day." River inclined her head. "A pleasure." Chase's grin widened. "Care to spar with the princess? She's used to Omegas, and me when I let her win." Aurora snorted. River studied him for a heartbeat, weighing the challenge. If that's what she wants. As they moved toward the sparring ring, River leaned closer to Aurora. "How old is he?" 18 tomorrow. River hummed softly. "Interesting." They took their positions, boots digging into the dirt. "No holding back," Aurora said, eyes bright. "I want a real fight." River nodded once. When Aurora struck, it was fast and clean, but River anticipated it easily, slipping aside with fluid grace. Aurora overextended just enough to curse under her breath. "Impressive," she muttered, grinning as she recovered. River said nothing. Her focus sharpened. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Chase shift, posture tightening, attention locked on Aurora. Too intent, too aware. His wolf stirred beneath the surface, restless in a way River recognized all too well. She didn't dwell on it. Aurora lunged again, faster this time. River blocked with her forearm, the impact echoing across the field and drawing murmurs from the watching guards. "Is that all you've got?" Aurora taunted. River stepped back, a slow smile curving her lips. "Not even close, Princess." The match escalated. Strength against precision, dominance against restraint. Neither yielded, neither intended to, and the watching wolves felt it. Underscore. The gym rang with the dull clang of iron and controlled breathing. Hunter was midway through a heavy lift. Luke, his gamma, was steady behind him when the doors burst open. An Omega skidded to a halt, breathless. Princess Aurora is sparring with her new guard. He swallowed, eyes wide. They're going hard. The room stilled. One by one, weights were abandoned. Conversations cut off mid-sentence. Bodies turned toward the doors. Hunter racked the weights slowly, deliberately. He didn't ask for details. He didn't need them. Luke met his gaze. One look was enough. They moved together. The moment Hunter stepped outside, his senses flared, sharp, instinctive, overwhelming. Her scent hit him like a strike to the chest, sweet, warm, alive, layered with something that curled straight into his wolf and tightened his spine. He inhaled again, grounding himself in it. Mine. His eyes found her instantly. River moved across the training field with lethal grace. Copper hair snapped tight into a high ponytail, muscles coiled beneath her skin, every step measured and efficient. She circled Aurora like a predator testing distance, shoulders loose, fingers flexing as if already calculating the next strike. Aurora lunged, River dodged, landing lightly, spine arching just enough to rebalance. The movement was smooth, too smooth, controlled, no wasted effort. Aurora laughed breathlessly as she reset, eyes bright, stance eager. She rolled her shoulders, shaking out the impact, and went again without hesitation. Hunter noted it immediately. She wasn't angry. She wasn't frustrated. She was enjoying this. Finally, someone who didn't pull their blows. Someone who made her work for every opening. Hunter felt his wolf stir, restless and proud all at once. River didn't fight like a guard. She fought like someone who gave everything she had, and expected the same in return. He moved to Chase's side. The young beta stood rigid, fists clenched, eyes burning as he tracked every hit that landed too close, every fall that went too hard. "Stop her," Chase said hoarsely. "She's hurting the princess." Hunter didn't look at him. "No," he said calmly, "she isn't." But Hunter caught the tension in Chase's body, the way his shoulders locked, the way his weight shifted forward at every near strike. The last few days, the young beta had been on edge, restless, aggressive, instinct. His future mate was close now, close enough to stir the wolf beneath the skin, close enough to trigger protection without reason or restraint. Hunter understood it all too well. His voice carried when he spoke again, low, firm, unmistakable. River, Aurora snarled in response, teeth flashing as she ducked under another strike. River turned her head just slightly at the sound of his voice, not in submission, only acknowledgement. Her stance didn't soften, her balance didn't shift. She'd heard him, she simply hadn't accepted it. Hunter's mouth twitched despite himself. Good. Then Chase broke. He surged forward, shoving River away from Aurora and planting himself between them, chest heaving, eyes flashing gold as his wolf scraped dangerously close to the surface. Enough, Chase growled. River straightened slowly. She wiped the blood from her lip with the back of her hand. Controlled, precise, almost elegant. Her wrist flexed as she did it, muscles steady, breathing already even again. Hunter felt his pulse spike. Oh? River tilted her head, eyes sharp, unreadable. Interesting. The scent of her, sweat, copper, something uniquely hers, rolled over him again. His wolf pressed hard against his restraint, urging him closer, urging him to intervene. He didn't. He watched. River's gaze flicked over Chase in a single assessing sweep. Something shifted in her expression, just a flicker. Pain, recognition, restraint. Hunter caught it. Whatever she'd seen, it had cut deeper than the fight. If you hadn't interfered, River said coolly, I would have won. Chase lunged. River moved. One blink, she was gone. The next, Aurora was pinned. River's forearm locked at her throat, grip firm but measured. Not crushing. Controlled. Calculated. Silence crashed down over the field. Hunter's wolf snarled, alarmed and impressed all at once. Fear spiked, then settled. He knew with bone-deep certainty that River wouldn't kill his sister. She held power like a blade she knew exactly how to handle. What now? River asked softly, eyes locked on Chase. I have your princess. Are you going to save her or surrender? Chase froze. The moment tipped, dangerously close to disaster. Enough. Hunter's voice cracked through the field like thunder. River, release my sister. The alpha command struck harder than he intended. The moment it landed, guilt followed sharp and immediate. River's body went rigid. Every line of her screamed defiance, but she obeyed. Her arm dropped. Aurora stumbled free, breathless but upright. Chase, Hunter said coldly, already turning. Showers. Now. But that's an order. Chase spun away, fury and confusion warring across his face as he stormed off the field. Hunter turned to Aurora. You all right? His voice softened despite himself. Aurora nodded, chest rising fast, eyes bright with adrenaline. A grin tugged at her mouth. I was winning. Hunter snorted quietly. Debatable. Then he faced River. Their eyes met, briefly, long enough. Heat coiled low in his gut as her gaze dropped. Just a fraction, color blooming in her cheeks, despite her composure. She still didn't know. Starting tomorrow, Hunter said evenly. Aurora trains with you. You push her harder than any of us can. River inclined her head once. Understood. Hunter turned to Luke. Luke, Jim, training's done. Luke nodded, already turning away. Hunter watched River as she left the field, and he knew some bonds could not be outrun. Chapter 8. First Royal Ball. As evening fell, River stood near the window while the chambermaids helped Aurora into her gown. She kept her hands clasped behind her back, shoulders straight, posture too controlled for someone who wasn't on duty. The white satin dress slid over Aurora's skin, the fabric whispering as Charlotte pulled the zip closed. Aurora met River's eyes in the mirror. Aren't you going to get ready for the party? River's jaw tightened. She shifted her weight, boots scuffing softly against the floor. "No, Princess, I don't see why I'd be needed there. It's Chase's 18th birthday," Aurora said, lifting her chin as she examined her reflection. "You're not on duty. You don't have a mate yet." She shrugged, deliberately casual. "Maybe you'll meet your second chance." River huffed a quiet breath through her nose, a corner of her mouth twitching. "And you? Will you be there for Chase?" she asked, leaning one shoulder against the wall, eyes glinting with mischief. Aurora groaned, rolling her shoulders back as she reached for her gloves. "Are you starting again?" She tugged the white glove up her arm, fingers snapping the fabric into place, then crossed the room and opened a drawer. She pulled out 2 midnight blue gloves and pressed them into River's chest. "Charlotte," Aurora said, already turning away, "bring me the midnight blue glitter gown, the one from Mother and Father's 20th anniversary." Charlotte nodded and disappeared into the wardrobe. Aurora turned back to River, eyes narrowing slightly, behind the screen. "Put it on." River's brows drew together. "But, no buts." Aurora's voice sharpened as she planted her hands on her hips. River exhaled slowly, then nodded once and slipped behind the screen. As fabric rustled, Aurora folded her arms, watching the shadowed outlines moving from River and Charlotte. "Why do you think I'd be Chase's mate?" Aurora asked, her tone lighter than the way her fingers worried at the edge of her glove. River paused. The movement behind the screen stilled. "Come on," River said at last. "You felt it too. The way he watches you, the way he reacts. I'm convinced. We'll know by midnight." A chill slid down Aurora's spine. She wrapped her arms around herself without realizing it. When River finally stepped out, she kept her eyes closed, shoulders tense, hands clenched at her sides. Aurora froze. "Oh," she breathed. River cracked one eye open. "That bad?" Aurora crossed the room in 3 quick steps and caught River's wrists before she could retreat. "River, you look like royalty." River's breath hitched. She turned toward the mirror, hands lifting uncertainly, as if she didn't trust what she was seeing. "Yes," Aurora said, smiling wide now. "It's really that good." The midnight blue gown shimmered as River moved, catching light with every shift of her weight. Aurora stepped behind her, fingers deft as she tightened the ribbon, tugging until it fit just right before tying it neatly. River's shoulders relaxed a fraction. Aurora gathered River's hair, gloved fingers brushing her neck as she pinned it back. River shivered, then stilled, jaw set as if bracing. "What's your shoe size?" Aurora asked. 41, River replied, flexing her toes inside her boots. Aurora called for Charlotte, then guided River down onto the vanity chair. She leaned close as she worked, steadying River's chin with gentle fingers. "Has anyone ever told you about your eyes?" Aurora asked. "They're dark at the edges, lighter in the center." River swallowed. "No," she said quietly. "Yours are beautiful too." Aurora shook her head. "Not like yours and my brother's." Her lips curved faintly. "His eyes are like your dress. You could get lost in them." River's shoulders stiffened. She looked away. "I'm not going to try. He's a prince." Aurora studied her reflection, then River's. "You know this isn't just a party, right?" River's fingers curled into her dress. Aurora continued, "My parents invited every unmarried alpha she-male they could." River's jaw clenched. "Then why are you doing this?" she asked softly. "I wasn't invited." Aurora sighed, reaching out to squeeze River's knee. "Yes, you are. And I waited to tell you because your brother ordered it. He said you'd run." River let out a short laugh, more breath than sound. He's not wrong. I'm still planning to run. Aurora handed her the gloves. No, you don't. Now, put them on. Your shoes will be here any second. River slid the gloves over her hands, smoothing the fabric down her fingers, slow, deliberate, before finally lifting her chin. River got up and stared at her reflection in the mirror. The woman in the mirror stood tall, shoulders squared, spine straight, but she didn't look like the guard who wore a uniform and leather, who blended into corridors and shadows. The gown caught the light with every breath she took, the blue glittering softly, like something alive. Her hair was pinned back, her face unfamiliar beneath careful hands and borrowed elegance. She lifted one gloved hand, turning it slowly, watching how the fabric caught the light. This wasn't her. Her throat tightened. For a moment, she wondered if she could still move the same in this dress, if she could still fight, still run, still disappear if she needed to. The thought settled heavy in her chest. Behind her, Aurora watched quietly, saying nothing. River drew in a slow breath and let it out through her nose, grounding herself the only way she knew how. Then came a knock at the door, sharp, certain. River flinched before she could stop herself, her eyes snapping to the sound. Whatever waited on the other side of that door, music, light, eyes, expectation, it was no longer theoretical. Aurora straightened. That'll be our guest. River didn't move. She took one last look at her reflection, at the woman she barely recognized, and wondered which version of herself would step forward when the door opened. Aurora opened the door a little, then fully. River's eyes widened. For half a heartbeat, she only stared, disbelief flashing across her face before it shattered completely. "Bjorn!" she exclaimed. She moved before the word had fully left her mouth, crossing the room in 2 long strides and flying into his arms. Bjorn grunted softly at the impact, then laughed as he wrapped his arms around her, lifting her slightly off the floor. River clung to him, fingers digging into his coat, as if she needed to be certain he was real. She pulled back abruptly, her hands still resting on his chest. "What are you doing here?" Bjorn smiled, warmth and something steadier beneath it. "Doing my duty as an alpha. I received the invitation for both of us, and I wouldn't miss this for the world." His gaze softened as he looked at her. "It's a first for us, attending a royal ball. Declining wouldn't make the best impression for a newly crowned alpha. Besides," his mouth twitched, "Father's furious he couldn't be the one to bring you. He'll be even more furious if he knew how stunning you look." River huffed a quiet laugh. "And," Bjorn added more carefully, "this is my way of making up for past mistakes." River smiled up at him. "You were right about one thing, when you plotted all of this behind my back with Princess Aurora." Bjorn blinked. "What?" "I would have run." Bjorn laughed, full and unrestrained. River's gaze drifted past him, already searching the corridor over his shoulder. "Has Faye not come along?" Bjorn's expression softened. "No." The doctor prescribed rest. River's brows drew together. Her eyes snapped back to his, sharp and searching. "Is Faye pregnant?" Bjorn chuckled under his breath. "Yes. A few months now." His smile faded into something more careful. "There was some bleeding. Nothing serious, but she's upset. She would have loved to stand by your side as Luna at the ceremony." River's shoulders lowered as relief washed through her. Emotion crossed her face openly. "That's really sweet." She exhaled, then smiled. "Tell her I'm incredibly happy for her." Bjorn tilted his head, teasing. "Only her?" River snorted softly and leaned in, pressing a quick kiss to his cheek. "You're here. Of course I'm happy for both of you. Her voice softened. You're going to be a great father. A discreet cough interrupted the moment. River straightened at once, warmth creeping into her cheeks. Excuse me, Princess. This is my brother, Alpha Bjorn. Bjorn, Princess Aurora. Bjorn stepped back immediately and bowed his head. Princess. Aurora waved the formality aside and inclined her head slightly. You must be River's brother, the Alpha I spoke with earlier. Yes, I am, Bjorn replied, blinking. Aurora studied him with open curiosity. Did you support her decision to become a royal guard? Bjorn stiffened, shoulders locking as his eyes flicked nervously to his sister. River only grinned. That looks like a no, Aurora concluded lightly. My brother was just concerned, River said smoothly, lying without hesitation. Aurora hummed, clearly unconvinced. Well, him being here is a step in the right direction. Charlotte entered with the silver pumps and knelt, helping River into her shoes. River steadied herself with one hand on the vanity as the straps were fastened snugly around her ankles. She looked up at Bjorn again and smiled. Sis, he said quietly, shaking his head, you look like a princess. She looks more like she could rule the entire werewolf race, Aurora added proudly, folding her arms. Her eyes lingered on River a moment longer than necessary, something thoughtful softening her expression. Rule all werewolves? Bjorn laughed, then stopped abruptly when he caught Aurora's serious expression. We need to head to the hall, Aurora said briskly. If I'm late now, they'll have my head. River snorted softly. Bjorn nodded and offered his arm. Together, they followed Aurora toward the grand hall. Is she always this direct? Bjorn murmured. River smiled. She is. Bjorn hesitated, then exhaled. I'm really sorry for doubting you. River glanced up at him, her smile gentle but certain. Already forgiven. The doors to the grand hall rose before them, tall and radiant, light spilling through the narrow opening where servants moved in and out. Music drifted into the corridor, elegant, distant, overwhelming all at once. River slowed despite herself. Her hand tightened slightly around Bjorn's arm. She hadn't even realized she'd done it until he glanced down at her, his grip firming in quiet reassurance. He didn't tease, didn't comment. He simply stayed solid at her side. This wasn't a training field. There were no orders to follow, no position to hold. And this was definitely not the feasts she knew from her pack. This was exactly what her brother had mentioned minutes ago. Her first royal ball. She swallowed, her pulse quickening, acutely aware of the way the dress moved with her breathing, how exposed she felt without armor or authority to hide behind. For the first time in a long while, uncertainty brushed close. River. She looked up. Omar approached from the far side of the corridor, already in formal guard attire, his gaze sharp, until it landed on her. His steps slowed, brows lifting briefly, unmistakable surprise. You clean up well, he said, a hint of approval in his voice. Then, more seriously, he inclined his head. Aurora smiled at the exchange and turned toward Omar. We go in separately, she said quietly. The east entrance. Omar nodded once, already shifting into duty. Aurora faced River again, her expression softened, pride unmistakable. You'll do fine, she said. Then, with a faint smile meant only for her, good luck. River's fingers tightened once more around Bjorn's arm. Thank you, she said, steady despite the flutter in her chest. Aurora gave her one last look, then turned, Omar falling into step beside her as they disappeared down the adjoining corridor. Bjorn leaned in just enough for River to hear. "You're not alone." The tension in her shoulders eased. River straightened, lifting her chin. Whatever waited beyond those doors, she would meet it head on. With her brother beside her, she stepped forward as the doors began to open. Chapter 9. Before she knew. The doors swung open with practiced precision, and the harmonious strains of the orchestra spilled out to greet them. Inside, the murmur of voices from the gathered crowd created a warm hum that filled the space. But River's focus was elsewhere. Her grip tightened on Bjorn's arm as countless curious gazes turned their way. Bjorn glanced at her, his smile teasing but comforting, though he was quick to remind her of their sibling bond with a light pat on her hand. Even he had to admit how much she'd changed. His once irritating little sister was now a breathtaking young woman. "Relax, River," he murmured. "We're here to enjoy ourselves." "No need to overthink it. We both know you're not really here to find a mate. I hope they know," she added dryly. Bjorn chuckled. "Mum and Dad always said to make the most of the nights like these. Who knows? Maybe your second change mate is here, mingling among the alphas. And maybe he's not such a douche like Keith." "Stop it!" River snapped, though her pulse quickened at the thought. The sound of the attendant's voice silenced further protest as they stepped through the doors. Alpha Whiteclaw and his sister River of the Whiteclaw pack, the attendant announced. Heads turned at the declaration, the crowd parting slightly to allow them entry. As Bjorn was quickly intercepted by allied alphas for polite conversation, River's gaze wandered to the stage. A long queue of guests waited patiently to greet the royal family. She couldn't help but feel the weight of expectations pressing down on her, the room suddenly feeling too warm. "Shall we join the line?" Bjorn asked, seemingly unbothered by her hesitation. "We could wait a little longer," River muttered. Bjorn arched a brow. "Aurora's already been watching you for a while now. Waiting won't make her less nosy." River sighed. "Fine, let's get it over with." The royal greeting line moved at a snail's pace, leaving River plenty of time to battle her nerves. When they finally reached Princess Aurora, the young royal wasted no time pulling River into a conspiratorial whisper. "I'm bored out of my mind," Aurora said with a grin. "Have you seen Chase yet?" River smirked, her earlier tension easing slightly. "No, but if he's here, you'll be the first to spot him." Aurora wrinkled her nose. "Not the mate thing again? He's too young for me." "Oh, please. Every so often there's a 10-year age gap between mates. 4 years are nothing compared to that," River teased. "He's still a child," Aurora groaned. River giggled. "Not for much longer. Once he shifts for the first time and finds his mate, you'll see how quickly he changes." Their exchange was cut short as the next guest nudged them forward. Prince Hunter stepped into view, his commanding presence instantly pulling River's gaze. Bjorn bowed first, drawing Hunter's attention. The prince's sharp blue eyes flicked between them, his expression assessing. "So, you're River's brother?" Hunter said smoothly. "The resemblance is undeniable. Those green eyes, the copper hair." His smile was gentle, but when his gaze landed on River, something changed. He extended his hand to her, and River hesitated before placing her gloved fingers in his. The touch was brief, yet Hunter inwardly cursed the barrier of fabric between their skin. His wolf stirred, a low growl of possessiveness echoing in his mind. "River," he said, his voice dropping to a tone that sent a shiver down her spine. "I'm glad you're here." River's breath caught. His words, though simple, carried an intensity that made her heart race. Hunter raised her hand to his lips, pressing a kiss to the soft blue fabric of her glove. For a moment, the rest of the room faded, leaving only the two of them locked in a silent exchange. "The pleasure is mine, Your Highness," River managed, her cheeks warming as she withdrew her hand and offered a curtsy. From their positions nearby, Ulrich and Laura watched the interaction with guarded expressions. "He's completely absorbed by her," Laura murmured, keeping her tone low. "Of course he is," Ulrich replied. "But she can't scent him. She won't feel the bond the same way." Laura rolled her eyes. "She's strong enough to handle it. If only Hunter would stop being so stubborn, this ball wouldn't even be necessary." River stepped back, retreating toward Bjorn's side, as protocol demanded. Her pulse was still racing, her fingers curling into the fabric of her gown as she forced herself to breathe normally again. Hunter didn't move right away. His gaze followed her as she turned, watched the sway of midnight blue fabric as she crossed the polished floor toward the raised dais where the king and queen waited. Something tight settled behind his ribs, an instinctive pull he didn't bother fighting. "Your Highness!" The voice was sharp, female, impatient. Hunter blinked, attention snapping back a fraction too late. An alpha she-male stood before him, tall and striking, silver jewelry glinting at her throat, posture immaculate. She looks to be not too far from his own age, and she had clearly been waiting, long enough for irritation to sharpen her expression. "It's my turn," she said, lips curving into a practiced smile that didn't reach her eyes. A flicker of tension rippled through the nearby guests. Conversations softened. A few heads turned. Hunter straightened, clearing his throat. "Of course. And who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?" He inclined his head politely, yet his eyes betrayed him, sliding past her shoulder once more, already elsewhere. The she-male said her name, but it landed unanswered, swallowed by the distance in his gaze. River had reached the dais. She bowed deeply to the king and queen, Bjorn mirroring the motion beside her. Queen Laura's expression warmed instantly, her attention settling on River with unmistakable interest. The king leaned closer, saying something that made River smile, small, restrained, but genuine. "So," the she-male was saying, fingers brushing his sleeve with deliberate familiarity, "my pack has been hoping for a private audience." Hunter nodded absently. Her jaw tightened. She followed his gaze, realization flickering across her face as she saw where his attention lingered. The smile she wore sharpened into something colder. "I see," she said quietly. Hunter finally looked back at her fully, the moment of distraction unmistakable and impossible to take back. "My apologies," he said, tone courteous but distant. Around them, the tension hummed. This was not subtle. This was not unnoticed. At the dais, River straightened as Queen Laura took her hands warmly, saying something that made her blink in surprise. She glanced, just once, over her shoulder. Her eyes met Hunter's, and he hadn't meant to be staring, but it was too late. The alpha she-male followed Hunter's line of sight again, her fingers curling slowly into her palm. "I hope," she said coolly, "that your attention will be more present when we speak later." Hunter didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze flicked back to River, just long enough to see her turn away again, laughter soft at the edge of her smile as the queen drew her closer. Something in his chest pulled tight. "Yes," he said at last. "Of course." But the damage was already done, and several bystanders had noticed. Every smile she shared, every careful gesture as she moved through the crowd, pulled at him, sharp and relentless. The dress she wore, Aurora's gift, glimmered under the chandeliers, but on River it became something entirely her own, commanding and luminous. Every fiber of him screamed to claim her, and yet he held back, teeth clenched, wolf coiled tight. A sudden shift in the air drew his attention. Aurora stiffened beside him, nostrils flaring, gaze snapping to the crowd. Hunter's hand hovered near her arm. "Sister, are you all right?" His voice was low, steady, carrying both warning and reassurance. The golden eyes of Aurora's wolf flicked to him, unreadable, before returning to the crowd. Hunter's wolf hummed, restless, sensing her tension like an echo of its own. Then came the growl, sharp and insistent. "Let me through." Chase barreled through the gathering, his growling cutting through the hum of the ballroom. Hunter's gaze locked onto him instantly. Wolves parted as his commanding presence cleared a path. Aurora's hand twitched, a step forward, but Hunter's grip was firm yet gentle on her wrist. "Wait," he murmured, voice low. "Let him come to you." Her gaze flared at him, wild and defiant, a growl pressing at her throat, but she obeyed. Chase froze as he reached her, eyes wide, and in that heartbeat the room seemed to vanish. Aurora inhaled sharply, scent and recognition overwhelming her senses. "Mate," she whispered, trembling. Chase grinned triumphantly, sweeping her into a fierce embrace. Cheers erupted, but Hunter barely noticed. His focus had shifted elsewhere. River. She stood at the edge of the crowd, hands clasped tightly, shoulders tense, trying to make herself small. Her green eyes shimmered, too bright for the moment, like someone fighting to hold back tears she didn't want anyone to see. Every instinct in him coiled, wolf and alpha both, desperate to bridge the distance. She didn't know, couldn't yet feel what he felt, but the pull was undeniable. The world around him blurred. All he could see was her, small and tense, luminous even at the margins. Her gaze flicked up again, locking with his. A flash of understanding, or something dangerously close to recognition, passed between them. He clenched his fists at his sides, forcing himself to remain still. Not tonight. Tonight wasn't the night to claim what was already his by fate, but soon she would understand, and when she did, there would be no turning back. Chapter 10. What She Refused to Name. King Alric's voice carried effortlessly through the grand ballroom, commanding attention without needing to raise it. Conversations fell away, laughter softened, and all eyes turned toward the dais. Pack leaders, esteemed guests. His tone was warm, proud, as his gaze swept the room before settling briefly on the couple still standing close together. "Tonight, we gather not only to celebrate unity among our packs and the birthday of our future beta," a pause, deliberate, but also to witness the emergence of a mate bond. A ripple moved through the crowd. Approval, curiosity, satisfaction. "Our birthday boy, Chase," Alric continued, smiling now, "has been revealed as my daughter's fated mate." His gaze softened when it touched Aurora. "A bond that ensures she will remain close to her family and to this kingdom. I have every confidence that Chase will prove a devoted mate and an honorable successor to his father as Beta." Applause rose, polite but genuine. Some alphas nodded in approval. Others exchanged looks sharp with calculation. Mate bonds were rare, powerful, secure. Hunter didn't clap. He stood at the edge of the stage, posture rigid, hands clasped behind his back, as if holding himself in place. Pride for his sister stirred, but it was tangled with something heavier, something restless. Alric's smile thinned, as he drew breath again. "And now," he said, his voice shifting, not cold, but firmer, edged with expectation, "we turn to another matter of tradition." The room quieted further. "Today marks the final period before my son's 26th birthday." Alric's eyes flicked to Hunter, sharp and unyielding. As custom, if a royal does not find their fated mate by that age, they must choose one. A hush settled, thick and watchful. "This evening," the king continued, "all eligible young ladies will have the opportunity to dance with the prince. In the weeks to come, he will select several for more private audiences, so that an informed decision may be made before his birthday arrives." Hunter's jaw tightened. He didn't look back at his father. He couldn't. The words felt like a collar tightening around his throat. Tradition dressed as duty, expectation masquerading as choice. Alric exhaled softly, the sound barely audible, before concluding, "Now, let us celebrate." He turned, extending his hand to his queen. Laura accepted with composed grace, and together they stepped onto the floor as the orchestra swelled to life. The crowd followed. Hunter remained where he was. His wolf paced beneath his skin, restless, agitated, tugging his awareness in one relentless direction. River. He could scent her faintly now, warm, familiar, wrong only because she was too far away. She was here. "Good evening, Your Highness." The voice beside him was bright, hopeful. "I am Judith, daughter of Alpha Edward of the Red River Pack." He turned automatically, offering a polite nod. She curtsied, eyes shining, already imagining what this dance might mean. He knew he should ask her to the floor. He knew this was expected, but his attention slipped, betraying him, pulled across the room. River was dancing. Bjorn guided her easily, their movements smooth and instinctive. Her copper hair caught the light as she spun, laughter soft on her lips. She looked unburdened for the first time that night, alive, radiant, unreachable. His wolf surged. Judith said something else, hopeful words lost to the roar in his ears. Hunter murmured an apology he barely registered and stepped away, already moving, already drawn toward the only place in the room that mattered, toward her. River startled as Bjorn stepped back, their dance breaking apart when a light tap brushed her shoulder. She turned and found herself facing Prince Hunter. Midnight blue eyes met her own, steady and intent. His hand was already extended, waiting, not asking. "Will you dance with me?" His voice was low, smooth, carrying a quiet authority that sent an unexpected shiver through her. "Excuse me?" The word slipped out before she could stop it. "Just one dance," he said, lips curving faintly. "Then I'll leave you alone." Her brow furrowed. "There are plenty of women here far more suited to you, Your Highness. Why not ask one of them?" His answer came without hesitation. "Because I don't want to dance with them." A pause. My sister insisted. "Consider it a favor to her." Liar. River studied him for a long heartbeat, then exhaled slowly. "Fine," she said at last. One dance. Relief, sharp and unwelcome, flashed through him. His grip was firm, but careful, as he took her gloved hand and guided her onto the floor. The moment they moved, something shifted. Their steps aligned effortlessly, bodies finding the rhythm, as if memory, not instinct, guided them. River's initial stiffness melted away, replaced by a strange, unsettling calm. She glanced up. His eyes caught hers, and held. Aurora hadn't lied about their midnight blue depth. Threaded with flecks of gold. They drew her in like stars burning quietly beneath the surface. Too intense, too knowing. Her breath hitched before she could stop it, her heart fluttering with a feeling she couldn't name. For a moment, the world narrowed to that gaze. River realized she was staring only when the music faltered. She blinked, stepping back abruptly. I need to go, she said, flustered. The bathroom. Hunter released her hand at once, inclining his head slightly. His smile lingered, soft, unreadable. Of course. She returned the bow quickly and turned away, pulse racing, heat flooding her cheeks. She didn't look back. Hunter watched her retreat, his wolf snarling in frustration, recognition burning hot beneath his restraint. Underscore. Hunter remained on the floor, no intention to look for another dance partner, deliberately ignoring the disappointed glances of the she-wolves nearby. What was that? Chase asked, appearing at his side. Hunter didn't look at him. I don't know, he muttered, but her scent changed, sweeter, and she seemed distracted. Chase's brow lifted. And when are you finally going to tell her she's your mate? Because you're doing a terrible job hiding it. Hunter shot him a warning glance. Just because you're about to become my brother-in-law doesn't give you license to meddle in my life. Chase only smirked and held up his hands in surrender. Nearby, Aurora stepped closer to Bjorn, curiosity sharpening her features. Why can't your sister smell anything? She asked bluntly. Bjorn's expression darkened at once. That's for her to tell, not me. His gaze hardened. Why does it matter? Aurora shrugged, feigning nonchalance. We were just curious. Bjorn's eyes narrowed. If you care about her, then leave it alone. She may seem tough, but she has a soft heart. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and headed toward the ladies' restroom, positioning himself nearby to wait for his sister. Half an hour and several dances later, Hunter scanned the crowd once more. His gaze skimmed over a sea of eager faces, dismissing them without thought. Her scent still clung faintly to the air, teasing, maddening, but River herself remained elusive, swallowed by the throng of bodies moving to the music. Ladies leaned closer than necessary, smiled too brightly, let their hands linger. He barely noticed. His attention was fixed on one woman alone, the fiery-haired she-wolf who had ensnared him without even trying. Son, your mother and I are retiring for the evening, Alric said, clapping a firm hand on Hunter's shoulder. Enjoy the rest of the celebration. His mother pressed a kiss to his cheek. Good night, darling. Good night, mother, Hunter replied, watching them disappear before turning back to the room, back to her. When the orchestra faded and a deeper beat took over, he finally saw her. River stood near the center of the floor, her blue dress shimmering beneath the dim lights. Copper curls bounced freely as she moved, eyes closed, arms lifted, completely lost to the rhythm. She danced without awareness, without restraint, and to Hunter, she outshone everyone else in the room. A soft chuckle broke his focus. Aurora slipped in beside him, grinning. Enjoying the view, big brother? He shot her a warning look. Aurora, don't. She only laughed. Relax. I'm helping. She swayed to the beat. Dance with me. With a resigned sigh, Hunter let her pull him onto the floor. He should have known better. As they drew closer to River, Aurora called out brightly, Hey, River! Mind if we join you? River startled, eyes snapping open, then nodded politely. Of course not. Aurora immediately spun Hunter into motion with exaggerated enthusiasm, laughing as she dragged him along. Despite himself, he smiled, letting the music carry him, until the song ended. Perfect. Aurora declared, suddenly grabbing River's hand and placing it firmly in Hunter's. "One dance with her, then I promise I'll leave you alone for the rest of the night." Before he could object, a slow, sentimental melody filled the room. Hunter exhaled through his nose and met River's gaze. They moved cautiously at first, leaving a careful space between them as they swayed. "Do you really not smell anything?" he asked quietly. "Not even a little?" Her expression closed. "No. How?" His voice was gentle, not demanding. River exhaled slowly. "How did I lose it?" Hunter nodded. She hesitated. Then her shoulders sagged. "When I was 4, I was attacked by rogues. I was told for years it had been an accident, to make it easier to bear." She swallowed. "I suffered a severe head injury. I was in a coma for weeks. When I woke up," her voice faltered, "I couldn't smell anything." Hunter stilled. "When my wolf finally emerged," she continued softly, "my first question wasn't her name, it was whether she could fix it." A sad smile touched her lips. She couldn't. Something twisted painfully in his chest. "You're stronger than you think," he said, meaning every word. Her gaze flickered, then she stepped back, breaking the moment. "I think I've had enough for tonight." Regret laced his voice. "Of course. Good night, River." She inclined her head. "Good night, Prince Hunter." He watched her disappear into the hall, her fading scent lingering like a wound he couldn't close. With a low, frustrated growl, he turned to find Aurora laughing with Chase. "I'm going to the library," he said flatly. Aurora blinked. "You're leaving your own party?" "I'm not in the mood," he snapped, and walked away before anyone could stop him. _ The library's dim glow greeted him like an old friend. Hunter kicked off his shoes, discarded his jacket, and loosened the top buttons of his shirt as he crossed the room, as though the air itself pressed too close. He sank into the sofa with a book, bare feet propped on the armrest. The quiet soothed him, though his thoughts refused to stray far from River. He didn't know how much time passed before the door creaked open. Her scent reached him first, soft florals he still couldn't name, subtle but unmistakable. His gaze lifted. River stood in the doorway in a white satin pajama, a soft pink thin robe wrapped tightly around her, her green eyes carefully fixed anywhere but on him. "Well," Hunter drawled, closing his book as he sat up, "my favorite guard." "What brings you here at this hour?" She hesitated, fingers tightening on the sash of her robe, as if anchoring herself. "The princess wanted a book. Let me guess. Pride and Prejudice?" he said with a smirk. "She treats it like a sacred text." "Yes," River replied, too quickly. Her gaze flicked to his, and away again. "Where can I find it?" Hunter rose, the movement unhurried. Her eyes betrayed her then. They darted to him before she could stop them, lingering a heartbeat too long on the exposed skin at his chest, before she caught herself and looked away. The faintest blush crept up her neck, betraying what she refused to acknowledge. Smirking, he pointed toward the shelves close to the window. "It's over there." He watched as her eyes followed his finger when she was scanning the spines until she spotted the title she was seeking. She stretched upward, straining on her tiptoes, but the book was just out of reach. Seeing her struggle, his smile softened. He walked over to her, not cornering her, but sliding into the space beside her with a subtle, easy closeness. He reached for the top shelf, and their fingers brushed. The jolt was immediate. Sharp, intimate, like something waking under skin. River sucked in a breath she clearly hadn't meant to make, her eyes widening before she masked it. Hunter stilled. You felt that, he said quietly, certainty threading his voice. He didn't wait for an answer. The flush on her skin was answer enough. He curled his fingers around the spine of the volume she'd been after, sliding it easily from the tight row. He lowered his arm and held the book out to her, offering it like a challenge. She took it and stepped back at once, too fast, clutching the book to her chest as if the air itself had turned dangerous. "No," she said, shaking her head. "It wasn't. It's not." Her jaw set. "I don't think this is what you think it is." The words were firm. Her body wasn't. Her pulse fluttered visibly at her throat. Her legs trembled when she was putting distance between them. "River," Hunter started. "Good night, Prince Hunter." Her voice was steady now, polished like armor. She pressed the book harder to her chest, as if it could shield her from whatever she'd felt. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and fled. The door shut softly behind her. Hunter remained where he was, fists clenched at his sides. His wolf stirred, low and restless, frustration rolling through his chest like a storm with nowhere to break. She'd felt enough to be afraid. River wasn't just another woman. She was his fated mate, chosen by the moon goddess herself. And yet, she was on the other side of that door, denying what her instincts already knew. "She's protecting herself," his wolf growled, wounded pride laced with understanding. Hunter exhaled slowly. "I know." It wasn't rejection she feared. It was hope. The kind that could shatter if it reached too far, too fast. Sparks and stolen moments wouldn't be enough. Neither would destiny alone. Convincing River would take patience, and as the night stretched on, Hunter made himself a silent vow. He would wait, because when River finally let herself believe, he would be there. Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 11. Unclaimed, yet his. River blinked against the blinding glow of the full moon hanging high above her. She stood alone in the center of the training field, a place she knew by heart, yet one that felt subtly wrong, like a memory recalled imperfectly. The stillness shattered. Fog crept in low and thick, curling around her boots, swallowing the ground inch by inch. The moonlight dimmed, smothered beneath a growing, unnatural darkness. "Is someone there?" Her voice trembled, thin against the vastness. A shadow moved, fast, elusive. Her pulse spiked as she turned, tracking it through the mist until it stopped. "Who are you?" she demanded, forcing strength into her tone. "This isn't funny. Come out." Two eyes ignited in the fog, midnight blue. Her breath caught painfully in her chest. "Prince Hunter?" she whispered, the name leaving her like a confession. Footsteps cut through the moment. Too human, too close. She spun. "Keith?" Confusion sharpened into irritation. "What are you doing here?" He looked wrong, pale, desperate. His eyes flicked past her shoulder again and again. "You need to leave," he said urgently. "You're no match for him. He's too strong." Her unease flared into anger. "What are you talking about? You rejected me. You don't belong here. This is my dream, my space." Keith stepped closer, panic fraying his edges. "I was wrong," he said hoarsely. "Every moment with my Luna, all I can think about is you. You're my destined mate, River. I never should have let you go." He grabbed for her sleeve. "Come with me," he pleaded. "Let's get out of here." She tore free, fury blazing. "Don't touch me." The growl came from behind her, low, massive, bone deep. Keith froze. River turned slowly. A black paw stepped out of the fog. Huge, powerful. Then another. The wolf emerged piece by piece, obsidian fur drinking in what little light remained. Its shoulders rose until they were level with her human form, radiating dominance so absolute it made her knees threaten to buckle. Her body wanted to flee. Her heart didn't. Steam curled from its breath. Those eyes locked onto hers. Midnight blue, flecked with gold, burning. "Run!" Keith begged behind her, voice cracking. "He's hunting! He'll take you from me!" She spun on him. "From you! You gave up any claim the moment you rejected me." His expression twisted, possession bleeding through desperation. "You're mine, no one else's." The ground shuddered with a thunderous growl. The black wolf stepped forward. Keith shifted in panic, brown fur erupting as he lunged. Reckless, doomed. River couldn't move. She watched as power met desperation. The black wolf moved with lethal precision, every strike controlled, devastating. Keith weakened fast, his attacks frantic, ineffective. Then, jaws closed around his throat. A crack echoed through the field. Keith shattered into silvered dust, drawn upward toward the moon like an offering. Silence fell. The black wolf turned back to her. Those eyes held her. No rage, no hunger. Only inevitability. River stood frozen, breath shallow, heart pounding, not with fear alone, but with something far more dangerous, recognition, and the terrifying certainty that it changed everything. River jolted awake to the shrill blare of her alarm clock. Gasping for breath, she clutched her damp sheets, her hair plastered to her forehead with sweat. The vivid images from her dream clung to her. The mist, the black wolf's burning eyes, the way Keith had vanished beneath its jaws. A wave of nausea overtook her, and she scrambled to the bathroom just in time to retch into the toilet. After rinsing her face and taking a much-needed shower, she felt steadier. Coffee dulled the edges, but the dream still clung to her like a shadow. Dressed and ready, River headed to Aurora's room, needing to start her day. She knocked lightly, and the door swung open to reveal a surprised Aurora. "Well, good morning, though you look like you've had better nights," Aurora quipped, her tone teasing but her gaze observant. River managed a weak smile. "A nightmare got the better of me. Woke up feeling awful, but the shower and coffee helped." Before Aurora could respond, Chase sat up in bed, his bare torso catching River's attention. She immediately averted her gaze, her cheeks warming. "My apologies," she stammered. "I didn't realize you weren't alone." Aurora laughed lightly. "I was, until my mate decided I was too irresistible to stay away from." River took an instinctive step back. "I'll wait outside. Give me 10 minutes," Aurora called after her. Exactly 10 minutes later, Aurora emerged, looking effortlessly chic in her tight jeans and purple blouse. Chase trailed behind her, his arm draped possessively over her shoulders. "Shall we grab breakfast?" he suggested. "I've already eaten," River replied. Aurora shot her a skeptical glance. "And what exactly did you eat? Coffee and crackers?" River rolled her eyes but mumbled, "Just coffee." Aurora smirked triumphantly, crossing her arms. "Skipping breakfast again, I see. You'll join us so I can personally ensure you eat something proper." River opened her mouth to protest. "But no protests," Aurora declared with a sharp grin, looping her arm through River's and steering her toward the dining room. "It's for your own good." As they entered the dining room, River's stomach sank when she realized her assigned seat was next to Hunter's. Aurora, clearly pleased with herself, had ensured Chase would sit beside her, leaving River no choice but to take the seat uncomfortably close to the prince. The king and queen greeted everyone warmly before beginning their meal. The room settled into an uneasy quiet until the king broke the silence. "River, I'm glad you could join us for breakfast. It's been a month since you started working for us. How do you find guarding my daughter?" River straightened, carefully swallowing her bite of toast before replying. "It's an honor, Your Majesty. Princess Aurora is a delight to work for." The king smiled, his chest swelling with pride. "Yes, my daughter is a treasure. I'm glad she's decided to stay in the palace." Aurora, however, had other plans. "Dad, you know I'm moving to the Beta House." The king's smile faltered, his expression shifting to one of disapproval. "Aurora, we've discussed this." "There's no reason for you to." The conversation was abruptly cut off by the creak of the dining room door. All eyes turned as Hunter entered, looking unkempt and visibly exhausted. Without a word, he collapsed into his chair, running a hand through his disheveled hair before letting out a deep sigh. "Good morning, everyone," he mumbled. A servant appeared at his side almost immediately, setting a steaming cup of coffee before him. Hunter wrapped his fingers around it out of habit, took a slow sip, and then his gaze drifted to River. She sat rigidly, attention fixed far too intently on her plate. Her lashes stayed lowered, shoulders drawn tight, as if avoiding his eyes required actual effort. The sight tugged at something in his chest. The queen observed him closely, her tone sharp but motherly. "Did you sleep poorly? Or was it too much wine at last night's party?" Hunter groaned. "I wish it were the wine. I just couldn't sleep," he replied. "And when I finally did, my alarm ruined it." Hunter looked back at River, who had a little flush on her cheeks. A knowing smirk tugged at Aurora's lips. "Brother?" Aurora began, her tone playful. "Did you dream about something noteworthy?" Hunter shot her a warning look. "Stop it, sister." "Oh, come on, Grumpy. Dreams are fascinating," Aurora pressed, her eyes dancing with mischief. "River, what about your dream? Any interesting details?" River hesitated, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze. "Just a nightmare," she admitted reluctantly. "I was on the training field under the full moon. Alpha Keith was there. He fought a black wolf and lost." The table fell silent. The queen's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of understanding crossing her face. She smiled warmly at River. "That explains your fatigue, dear. Take the afternoon off. Aurora and I will be looking for her wedding dress. We'll manage without you." "Your Majesty, it was just a dream. I couldn't—" River started, her tone firm yet respectful. "Nonsense!" the queen interrupted, her voice warm but commanding. "You've earned it. Consider it an order." River hesitated, her instincts to refuse warring with the realization that the queen's decision was final. She reluctantly nodded, bowing her head. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, the queen discreetly linked Hunter, her regal demeanor never faltering. "Did you have the same dream?" Hunter's brows furrowed, his grip tightening on his coffee cup as he responded, "Yes." "Why?" The queen's lips curved into a knowing smile. "River may not realize it yet, but she's already acknowledged you as her mate. Her dream confirmed the bond." Hunter's eyes widened slightly before a slow, triumphant smile spread across his face. The exhaustion that had weighed him down since morning vanished as if it had never been. His gaze shifted to River, who was nibbling absent-mindedly on her toast. His chest swelled with a fierce, protective determination. She might not see it yet, might even fight it, but she was his. And he would ensure she knew it, felt it, embraced it. The thought of her bearing his mark sent a thrill through him, his wolf stirring impatiently within. He imagined her scent mingling with his, their bond evident to all. She would be his in every sense, her place at his side unquestionable. This wasn't just a dream or a fleeting desire. It was destiny waiting to be fulfilled. Hunter's earlier fatigue melted away as purpose took its place. The weight of his responsibility and desire to claim River as his mate fueled him, igniting something deep within. This was his journey to make, and he would find a way to make her see that their fates were already entwined. Every glance he cast at her only deepened his resolve. She might be confused, hesitant even, but that wouldn't stop him. River was his, and he would show her that they were meant to walk this path together. Whether she was ready or not, the bond was there, undeniable, and growing stronger with each passing moment. The quiet tension in the room seemed to thrum with unspoken words, the future waiting, just unreachable, but not for long. Hunter remained seated long after River was gone. Her chair had scraped softly against the floor as she rose. The sound was far too final. A moment later her scent, warm, rain-kissed and unmistakably River, began to thin in the air, slipping away like smoke through open doors. His wolf prowled beneath his skin, restless and sharp, claws scraping against restraint. The dream had not been a metaphor. It had been a declaration, a challenge answered and won. Keith was gone, entirely. Claim her, mark her, protect her, now. The instinct surged, hot and possessive, but Hunter forced it down with a steady breath. Power without control was nothing. If he moved too fast, he wouldn't win her. He'd frighten her. And fear had already shaped too much of her life. Across the table, his mother set her teacup down with deliberate grace. Their eyes met for half a second, long enough for the bond of blood and mind to spark. Patience, her voice echoed softly in his head. Hunter inclined his head almost imperceptibly. He would wait. Chapter 12. The Bond That Could Not Wait. Just before noon, River finished guarding Aurora. The fact barely registered. Her focus was fractured, snagging on Hunter being her second shift, on the dream that still clung to her skin, on the way he had looked just as worn and hollowed as she felt. She turned a corner too quickly and walked straight into a solid chest. "Oh!" She stumbled back a step, catching herself. Her hand came up instinctively, fingers curling into her palm as if bracing. "My apologies. I wasn't looking where I was going." Prince Hunter stood in front of her. Her breath stalled for half a heartbeat. "No problem," he said, a soft smile touching his lips. His gaze lingered, warm, searching. Then he seemed to think better of it and cleared his throat. "Do you have a moment? I was hoping we could talk." "Talk." The word left her quietly, almost reflexively. Her shoulders drew tight, spine stiffening. Her eyes widened despite herself before she could mask it, every instinct flaring at once, sharp and urgent, like prey realizing too late it had been noticed. "You know," he continued, gentle, careful, "about yesterday. And later." The word came out sharper than she meant. Her jaw clenched as she said it. "I can't right now. I have things to do." She shifted sideways, stepping around him without waiting for a response. The moment she passed him, her pace quickened, boots striking the stone floor harder than necessary. "River!" Her name followed her down the corridor. Her shoulders tightened, but she didn't turn back. The dining room buzzed with the lazy hum of post-lunch chatter as River stepped inside, her senses flaring automatically to the subtle thrum of energy in the room. Noon sunlight spilled through the tall windows, catching in her wavy auburn hair and softening the sharp set of her expression. A few colleagues nodded or murmured greetings, their gazes lingering a fraction longer than polite, an unspoken acknowledgement of the authority she carried without effort. River filled a plate with spaghetti and sat across from Boris, who was already leaning back comfortably, his rugged frame relaxed. He flashed her a sharp grin. "Am I right that you've got the afternoon off?" he asked, dark eyes glinting. "Yes," River replied, twirling her fork without really looking at the plate. "The Queen and Princess are out shopping." She took a bite and immediately regretted it. The flavor fell flat, the texture heavy, her stomach twisted, unease rolling low and unfamiliar. Boris chuckled, a low rumble that drew a few glances. "Remy's going to be dead on his feet by the time they're done." River's response was distant. She nudged the pasta around, fork scraping softly against porcelain. Boris leaned forward slightly, nostrils flaring as if testing the air. "What's wrong? You're not eating." River exhaled through her nose and slid the plate toward him. "Here, I'm not hungry." His brow lifted. "Too much wine last night?" "No." Her mouth curved faintly, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I just didn't sleep well." She stood, pushing her chair back. "I'm going to lie down. See you later." "Sweet dreams, River," Boris called, his gaze following her with quiet concern. The shrill sound of the alarm jolted River awake, and she groaned, stretching her arms above her head. A yawn escaped her lips as the remnants of her nap clung to her mind like cobwebs. Though she felt physically refreshed, the tension in her stomach hadn't dissipated. She sat on the edge of her bed, running her fingers through her hair. Her thoughts drifted to Prince Hunter, the mistake she could never undo. When their skin touched, she felt for the first time what a mate bond must truly feel like. Keith had never given her that chance. He had shown her the ugly side firsthand, and now she felt like it was happening a second time. A queen must be strong, without any flaws. Not her. "Celine, why do you hate me so much? Stop playing a cruel game," she thought. It was one thing to bond her to an alpha, but a prince, that's cruelty at its worst. Her wolf hissed in frustration, mirroring her thoughts. A partner who rejected her was worse than no partner at all. To shake off the oppressive weight of her thoughts, River decided a run would clear her head. She chose a dark purple, tight-fitting top and black leggings, and tied her hair in a high bun. With earplugs in, she stepped outside. The cool castle air was a blessing on her heated skin. The castle grounds lay bathed in afternoon calm, but River didn't linger to admire them. Her feet struck the cobblestone in a steady rhythm as she ran past manicured gardens and elegant stone facades, her breath syncing with the pulse of the music in her ears. The familiar paths blurred together, hedges and fountains slipping past in her periphery. The melody dulled her thoughts, stripped them down until there was nothing left but movement, heartbeat, and breath. When the path narrowed and the grounds grew quieter, she slowed to a walk, hands braced briefly on her hips as her chest rose and fell. Sweat cooled against her skin. That was when she felt it, a disturbance. River's head lifted, senses sharpening, as her gaze locked onto a figure ahead. A man, out of place. His clothes were dirty, torn, hanging off him like an afterthought against the pristine surroundings. He moved with sharp, twitchy awareness, every sound making his shoulders tense, his eyes constantly scanning. Her instincts flared, hot and immediate. She ducked behind a low stone wall just as his gaze swept her way. Her pulse thundered in her ears. When he looked away and continued down the path, River followed, keeping to the shadows, steps light, controlled. He stopped abruptly. River froze, barely breathing. He stared down the street, body coiled tight, as if waiting. She leaned out just enough to follow his line of sight, but whatever had caught his attention was too far away to make out. Then he moved, fast. His hand plunged into his pocket. River's breath caught as claws slid free, glinting in the pale afternoon light. His other hand emerged holding a syringe, kept deliberately out of sight behind his back. He spat onto the ground, the gesture sharp, deliberate, not careless, ritualistic, a rogue. Cold dread slid down River's spine. Rogues were unpredictable, but when they acted with purpose, it was almost always lethal. Her wolf stirred, a low growl vibrating in her chest. Who is he after? River scanned the street ahead, tension coiling tight inside her. She felt it then, the pull of an impending clash, blood already written into the air. She crouched behind a parked car as the rogue stopped again, this time leaning casually against a wall. The street was deserted, too deserted. Her jaw tightened. It's just me. I have to stop this. When he moved again, she followed. Then she saw the running figure ahead of him. Black t-shirt, light gray sweatpants. Her heart lurched violently. Hunter. The realization slammed into her so hard she nearly stumbled. Panic and resolve collided in her chest. The rogue is after Prince Hunter. Prince Hunter! She screamed, ripping the earplugs from her ears. Hunter! Her voice echoed down the empty street. He didn't turn, didn't slow. The rogue snapped his head around, eyes locking with hers. His lips peeled back in a snarl, and then he bolted. River surged forward. Her wolf exploded to the surface. I'll take over, Rain growled, fierce and commanding. Rain? Back? The shock barely registered before River's body shifted fluidly, copper fur rippling as she dropped to all fours. Rain launched them forward with brutal speed and struck. Her jaws clamped onto his leg. Bone crunched sickeningly as she tore him down, shaking him hard before he hit the ground. The sound echoed sharp and brutal against stone. Hunter kept running. How can he not hear this? River thought wildly, as Rain released the leg and went straight for the throat. Her teeth sank in, tearing through flesh and cartilage. The rogue gurgled, thrashing weakly. Then, pain, white-hot, immediate. Rain recoiled with a pained snarl, her gaze dropping to the syringe embedded in her stomach. Empty, silver, the taste flooded her mouth, bitter and metallic. Her strength drained frighteningly fast. Rain staggered forward, her vision tunneling. The silver burned through her veins, every step heavier than the last. Hunter slowed. Something tugged at him, not sound, not sight, but scent. His stride faltered, brow furrowing as he inhaled instinctively. Blood, silver, and river. He began to turn just as the copper-colored wolf collapsed at his feet. River? She tried to move, jaws parting as if to grab his pant leg, but the strength wasn't there. Her body gave out completely, hitting the stone with a dull, final thud. Hunter dropped to his knees, the world collapsing until there was nothing but the broken, bloodied wolf before him. His gaze flicked once to the lifeless body lying yards away, then snapped back to her, fury and fear colliding in his expression. "Stay with me," he murmured, the words rough, desperate. Rain couldn't hold the form. She shifted back with a soft, fractured sound. River's naked body crumpling against the cold stone, skin slick with blood. Ragged claw marks marred her torso, too deep to heal, the flesh around them burned and blackened by silver. Blood continued to seep from the wounds, carrying the sharp metallic scent that made every wolf nearby tense. "You bastard," she breathed. Her hand lifted as if to strike him, but the motion faltered, fingers brushing weakly across his chest before gravity claimed them. "If someone calls," she whispered hoarsely, "you turn around." "What?" Hunter tugged an earpiece free, loud rock music spilling into the air, jarring, obscene against the blood and silence. Anger sparked what little strength she had left. "Are you deaf or something?" she rasped. "If someone calls, you turn. The silver, I taste the silver." Her breath hitched. Her hand flew to her chest as pain tore through her, sharp and merciless. Hunter's face drained of color. The sounds had drawn attention now. Pack members were gathering, drawn by violence, by the metallic sting of blood and silver. Low voices rippled through the crowd. Some froze, others shifted uneasily, instincts screaming. An older she-wolf pushed through them without hesitation. Her presence was calm, commanding. She dropped to her knees beside Hunter and River, nostrils flaring as she inhaled deeply. "Liquid silver," she said grimly, "and a great deal of it. Can you save her?" Hunter asked, the plea torn from him. The healer placed one hand on River's forehead, the other over her heart. Her eyes flared white. "There is a growing bond," she said slowly. "A mate bond. Where is her fated mate?" Hunter went still. "There is no time," the healer continued, softer now. "If you know him, find him. She needs him. He is the only one who can save her." Hunter lifted his hand and pointed to himself. "I'm her mate." Her gaze sharpened. "Then you must mark her. It will give her wolf the strength to fight the silver." "I can't," Hunter protested through the mental link. "Not without ceremony, without consent." "Forget ceremony," she snapped aloud. "This is your fated mate. If you hesitate now, you will lose her." Hunter bent close, lips brushing River's ear. "River," he whispered, voice breaking, "I wanted this to be different, but I choose you, as my mate, as my future queen. I will not force this bond on you, so I need you to choose me too." A faint sound escaped her lips. "Mate," she breathed. Yes, it was barely there, but it was enough. Hunter straightened his back, power rolling off him in a palpable wave. His voice carried, low and absolute. "Mate." Silence fell. He lifted her carefully off the ground. Her head tipped back, exposing her throat. Instinct took over. His fangs slid free, he licked the skin, followed scent and pulse, found the place undoubtedly. "Here," Ares urged. Hunter bit. Silver burned his mouth, searing and vile, but he held on, held until the crackling tension between them melted into euphoria, warmth flooding his body, anchoring him to her. He withdrew and sealed the wound with his tongue. River gasped. Her eyes fluttered open, deep, luminous green. "Hunter?" she whispered. Then her voice dropped, rough and feral. "Mate." One word, nothing more, but it reverberated through him like a physical force. Hunter's breath hitched. River surged forward, fingers curling into his collar as she dragged him down. Her mouth found his neck, hot and unrestrained. He let out a startled laugh as her tongue traced his skin, slow and deliberate, tasting, testing. She explored him with lips and teeth, unhurried, as if memorizing him. He tasted rich, warm, familiar, intoxicating, like chocolate and smoke and something entirely her own. A shudder rolled through her, her lips parted, fangs sliding free. Hunter sucked in a breath just before she bit. Pain flared, sharp, immediate, then melted into something molten and overwhelming. Heat flooded his body, spreading in waves that left him gasping. His hands came up instinctively, fingers threading into her hair, holding her there as electricity raced through every nerve. "Oh, my goddess!" he groaned, voice breaking. "My mate! My beautiful mate!" The world narrowed to the bond snapping fully into place, to the pulse beneath her teeth, to the fierce, undeniable truth of her. Around them, reality rushed back in. A woman turned sharply away, covering a child's eyes. Others averted their gazes, faces flushed with embarrassment and honor alike. A mating bond was sacred, private, never meant for the open air or watching eyes. River withdrew slowly, licking the wound until the torn flesh sealed beneath her tongue. She lifted her head, meeting Hunter's gaze, his eyes bright, stunned, softened by something dangerously close to awe. She kissed him, hungry and unrestrained, before resting her forehead briefly against his. Hunter brushed a stray lock of hair from her face, his touch reverent. "My beautiful mate," he whispered. She opened her mouth to respond, and swayed. The light vanished from her eyes as her body went slack in his arms. "River!" Hunter shook her instantly, panic surging as he pulled her close. "Take her to bed," the healer said firmly, already shrugging off her coat and draping it over River's bare, bloodied body. "Her wolf is fighting the silver. She needs rest. And you, stay with her." Hunter nodded tightly. "She is an alpha. She will survive," the woman added, softer now. "And the bond will help purge the poison. In half a day, perhaps less." Relief crashed through him. With the help of two men, Hunter rose. River cradled protectively against his chest. He turned once, sweeping his gaze over the gathered crowd, alpha authority rolling off him in waves. "No one speaks of this," he commanded. "Not a word until the royal house makes its announcement. Is that understood?" A collective bow answered him. Satisfied, Hunter turned away and began the walk back to the castle, every step resolute, every instinct locked on the woman in his arms, his mate, his future queen, his responsibility. And he would not fail her. Chapter 13, Beautiful Mark. Chase and Aurora were curled together on the living room couch, half watching a documentary about missing persons, while the last of the daylight filtered through the tall windows. Aurora absent-mindedly traced patterns over the back of his hand, her body heavy with contentment and the pleasant exhaustion of an afternoon spent trying on wedding dresses. Suddenly, Chase went rigid, his eyes unfocused, breath hitching as a mental link snapped open. Aurora froze instantly, her fingers stilling against his skin. Instinct screamed that something was wrong. "There's a car on the way with a body in it. I'm walking back." Hunter's voice cut through Chase's mind. Tight, clipped, all urgency. Chase frowned. "Is it someone from the pack?" "No, a rogue." The word landed like a blow. Chase's eyes widened as the link continued. Hunter's tension sharp enough to feel. Aurora sucked in a breath, her chest tightening as she watched his expression shift. "Excuse me, what happened?" Chase blurted aloud, his voice pitching higher with surprise. "No time. I'll explain later," Hunter growled, and the link severed abruptly. Aurora turned to him at once, worry etched across her face. "What's going on?" Chase blinked a few times, grounding himself, then shook his head. "Your brother," being vague, as usual. "A rogue's body is being brought in, and he's coming back on foot." He hesitated, unease flickering in his eyes. He sounded different, almost like Ares at the end. Aurora's stomach sank. "A rogue body?" Her voice dropped. "That's not good." "Rogues this close to the castle?" Chase stood, already reaching for his jacket. "Don't worry, love. Your brother already dealt with it." Even as he said it, his jaw tightened. "I'm going downstairs." Aurora rose immediately, anxiety radiating from her. "I'm coming with you." They were nearly at the door when they collided with Queen Laura, who stopped them with a stern look, one that immediately read Aurora's troubled expression. "Aurora, what happened? You look worried." Aurora didn't miss a beat. "There's a car pulling up with a dead rogue. Hunter just reported it to Chase." Laura's eyes widened with alarm. "I'll come with you." Without another word, she led them outside, her heart already racing with the suspicion of what might unfold. But when they reached the gates, her breath caught. Fear gripped her chest as she saw an blood-covered Hunter approaching, carrying River's limp form in his arms. Laura's voice cracked with panic as she screamed, "Son, what happened?" She nearly reached him when Aurora's eyes went wide in shock, and her gaze snapped to the back of the truck. Chase tossed the body of the dead rogue onto the ground, his movements deliberate. But Aurora barely registered the rogue's lifeless form as her attention was drawn to the blood-streaked River in Hunter's arms. The unconscious woman Hunter held wasn't just anyone for him. She was his mate, and Aurora could see the signs. The prince's aura was darker, more dangerous, a mix of his wolf and alpha power swirling around him as if it were protecting his most prized possession. Hunter's eyes locked with Laura's as she stared in horror at the bloody scene. She wasn't sure if it was the sight of her son's intensity or the state of River that sent shivers through her, but Hunter's voice, deep, gravelly, and filled with a kind of desperation, spoke before she could. "I have to help, mate." The words rumbled from his chest, sounding like a command from Ares. Laura froze. Aurora's heart ached as she watched Hunter, his face hard as stone, walk toward the castle without a second glance. He was fixated on River, his mate. The bond was undeniable, and it was clear that nothing could pull his attention away from her. Without a word, Aurora and Laura silently followed behind him, the weight of the moment pressing heavily on them. As Hunter entered the castle, his steps sure and unwavering, he carried River to his room, his movements tender but urgent. His mind was clearly focused on one thing, River's safety. Aurora stepped into the room right behind him, her heart aching as she watched her brother place River gently on the bed. Hunter's gaze never left her, his worry and tenderness for his mate so raw, it left Aurora momentarily speechless. Laura spoke first, her voice soft, but filled with concern. "What happened to River, son?" Her eyes flickered to her son's, only for her breath to catch at the sight of his wolf's eyes glowing in a mix of fear and fury. "Mate, should be in my arms." Hunter's words came out in a low growl, thick with the primal authority of Ares, his alpha persona surfacing as the need to protect his mate consumed him. He stared down at River, his body rigid, every part of him on edge. Aurora's heart twisted, but she knew she had to snap him out of this, or River wouldn't get the care she needed. Brother? Hunter? Aries! River needs tending. Let's give her a bath, get her into clean clothes, and have a doctor look at her. Hunter's eyes flicked toward her, the glowing light fading slowly as he fought to regain control. His gaze softened, but his voice remained deep and authoritative while he repeated the same sentence. Mate should be in my arms. Aurora's patience was running thin, but she forced a gentle smile as she placed her hands on his broad shoulders. Sure, but your mate won't be happy if she wakes up dirty and unclothed. After all, River is a lady of rank who always presents herself to perfection. Hunter blinked, his gaze slowly returning to its normal color. The tension in his face finally loosened, and he nodded slowly, though his reluctance was palpable. Maybe you should jump in the shower yourself, big brother. We'll take care of her. He hesitated, his eyes flicking back to River, but Aurora saw the raw pain in his expression. He can't leave her. I know, but I can't leave her alone. His voice was strained, like it physically pained him to step away. Aurora stepped closer, her hands firmly cupping Hunter's cheeks, forcing his glowing, dangerous eyes to meet hers. His wolf's aura radiated power and possessiveness, but she refused to flinch. Hunter, listen to me, she said, her voice low but resolute. We're here to protect her. She's safe with us, but we need you to step away, just for a little while, so the doctor can help her as well. Hunter growled low in his throat, the sound vibrating through the room like a storm waiting to break. I'm the only man who gets to touch her, he snarled, his jaw tightening. His gaze flicked to River's still form on the bed, his protective instincts practically suffocating him. Aurora held his gaze, unyielding. I know, she said softly but firmly. But she has silver in her blood, Hunter. You know it's poisoning her, stopping her from healing. If you don't let us do this now, she'll suffer. You don't want that. His eyes closed, and he let out a heavy, frustrated sigh, his shoulders sagging slightly. I know, he admitted, his voice rough with tension. Aurora's thumbs brushed his cheeks gently, a gesture both comforting and grounding. Good. Go to my room. Take a long shower. Get all of this off you, her blood, the rogue's scent. Clear your head. She offered a small, encouraging smile. A servant will bring fresh clothes, and once you're done, she will be ready. But you need to trust us, Hunter. He hesitated, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides, his body torn between the primal urge to stay and the logic he couldn't ignore. Finally, he went to River and leaned down. He pressed a soft, lingering kiss to her forehead, his lips barely leaving her skin, as he whispered, I'll be back, my love. With a final, tortured look at his mate, Hunter turned on his heel and left the room. His movements were stiff, reluctant, as though every step away from River was a battle against his instincts. As the door clicked shut behind him, Aurora let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Well, she murmured as she lowered herself beside River, a shaky smile breaking through. That was easier than expected. Laura didn't answer immediately. She remained standing a few steps back, studying River's unconscious form with a thoughtful, assessing gaze, lips pressed into a thin line. Blood still streaked her skin in dark smears, the scent of silver faint but unmistakable. When a servant entered carrying a stack of towels and a basin of warm water, Laura turned, all softness replaced by quiet authority. Set it there, she instructed, motioning toward the nightstand. The servant obeyed at once, but hesitated a fraction of a second too long. "Now fetch clean clothes for the prince and take them to the princess's room," Laura added coolly. "We'll handle the rest." He nodded quickly and fled to the dressing. Moments later, he returned with a neatly folded bundle before retreating again with all the speed his legs could manage. Laura dipped a towel into the warm water and wrung it out before carefully dabbing at the mark on River's neck. Hunter's mark. Her movements were gentle, precise, almost reverent. The flesh there was already healing, the bond working quietly beneath the skin. As she worked, her expression softened despite herself. She glanced at Aurora, and the two women shared a quiet, knowing smile. "So," Aurora murmured, eyes shimmering with barely contained excitement, "that explains the blood on my brother's mouth and River's neck, and his complete inability to leave her side," Laura replied dryly, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. She rinsed the cloth again, the last traces of crimson swirling away into the basin. Aurora's fingers tapped restlessly against her thighs, energy practically vibrating through her. "Daughter," Laura said sharply without looking up, "if you've quite finished celebrating in your head, I'd appreciate your help. There's still work to do before you start dancing." Aurora straightened immediately. "Yes, Mother." Together they cleaned the worst of River's wounds, working in practiced silence until the door opened again and the royal physician entered. His expression was grave, but steady as he approached the bed, eyes already assessing the damage. He examined the deep gashes carefully, stitching the worst of them with steady hands before applying a thick salve designed to counteract the lingering effects of silver. After a long moment, he straightened. "The worst is under control," he said. "Within a few hours, the silver will leave her bloodstream. After that, her natural healing will take over." Laura released a breath she'd been holding. "And the prince?" she asked, glancing toward the door as though expecting Hunter to appear at any moment. "I don't believe he's injured," the doctor replied. He tilted his head, studying the faint bite mark on River's neck with professional curiosity. "A beautiful mark," he added thoughtfully. "So, the prince has claimed his fated mate?" Laura and Aurora beamed, their pride unmistakable as they nodded in unison. "Well," the physician said, already gathering his things, "I'll take my leave before he returns. The last thing I need is to lose my head for standing too close to a newly bonded royal mate. Princes tend to be territorial." Laura chuckled softly. "I'm well aware. I'm mated to one." She inclined her head. "Thank you for your excellent care. You'll be rewarded." As the doctor left, the room settled into quiet again, broken only by River's slow, steady breathing. Aurora looked down at her future sister-in-law, emotion tightening her chest. "She's going to change everything," she whispered. Laura nodded once, her gaze lingering on the sleeping woman. "Yes," she said softly, "and your brother will never be the same again." __. Meanwhile, Hunter was far from the calm professionalism of the palace doctor. In his sister's bathroom, he stood beneath the steady stream of hot water, hands braced against the tiled wall as it washed away blood, sweat, and grime. Steam curled around him, but it did nothing to cool the storm inside his chest. His fingers drifted to the fresh scabs on his neck, River's mark, and his breath hitched. Pride swelled fierce and unyielding, something ancient and immovable settling deep in his bones. Mine. He shut off the water and reached for one of Aurora's lavender-scented towels, drying himself quickly. When he caught his reflection in the fogged mirror, his gaze locked onto the faint but perfect bite at his throat. A slow, satisfied smile curved his lips. Pulling on black boxers, green socks, a crisp white t-shirt, and dark gray joggers laid out for him, Hunter didn't linger. He moved through the halls with long, purposeful strides, ignoring the curious glances of servants and guards alike. Authority rolled off him in palpable waves, and the low growl rumbling in his chest made one thing abundantly clear: no one was to stop him. When he entered his chamber, he barely registered his mother and sister's presence. His focus narrowed instantly to River. She lay nestled beneath the covers, only her head visible, her expression peaceful despite the injuries she'd endured. The sight of her stole the air from his lungs. Without hesitation, he slipped beneath the covers beside her, the mattress dipping under his weight. He drew close, pressing his arm and leg against her, fitting himself around her with instinctive precision. Protection. He inhaled deeply. Her scent flooded him, soothing the fury and fear that had clawed at him since the moment she'd fallen. Ares settled instantly, the wolf's restless energy easing as their mate's presence anchored them both. Hunter's breathing slowed, his thoughts quieting until all that remained was the steady rhythm of her heartbeat beneath his ear. Across the room, Laura and Aurora lingered, watching in silence. Laura's expression softened, pride and tenderness blending, as she took in the sight of her son, no longer just a prince, but a mate, a protector, a king in the making. "Son," she said quietly, "we'll leave you both in peace." Hunter opened his eyes briefly and gave a single nod before turning fully back to River. The door clicked shut behind them. Silence settled over the room. Hunter drew her closer, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple, his arms forming a living shield around her. Her warmth, her scent, the slow rise and fall of her breathing lulled him at last into sleep. For the first time in longer than he could remember, Hunter felt whole. His mate was safe, and as long as he drew breath, nothing would ever harm her again. Chapter 14. It tastes like brownies. River tried to open her mouth, but the sharp, bitter tang of iron filled her senses. For a moment, she had no idea where she was, or why her body felt so heavy. She smacked her lips, attempting to generate saliva, but it did little to banish the metallic taste. As her eyes fluttered open, a sharp pain stabbed through her head, forcing her to groan and press a hand against her temple. Images flickered at the edges of her mind, too fast to grasp. A snarl, burning pain, silver pain. River sucked in a sharp breath. A rogue. She attempted to sit up, but the weight of her headache pinned her back down. Her hand drifted to her side, brushing against something heavy on her hip. She turned her head and froze, her breath catching when she saw the hand lying relaxed across her stomach. It took her a heartbeat longer to realize who it belonged to. Her eyes widened in disbelief as her heart skipped a beat. Every she-wolf dreamed of waking up in the arms of their fated mate, but waking up next to a second-chance mate? That was the stuff of fantasy. Electric tingles rippled down her leg where it brushed with Hunter's. She swallowed hard, her thoughts racing. Just then, her wolf, Rain, stirred within her. "Hello, sleepyhead. About time you woke up," Rain teased, her voice brimming with relief and amusement. "Rain?" River linked, surprised. "You're back? Fully? You're not just here to fight and then disappear again, are you?" "No, River," Rain answered softly. "I'm here to stay. I'm sorry for how I treated you before, but I'm going to make it up to you. That's a promise." River's attention shifted back to the man beside her. Her gaze traveled over Hunter's torso, lingering on the steady rise and fall of his chest. His mouth was slightly open, and his dark lashes rested against his skin. He looked so at peace. Her fingers brushed lightly over the mark on her neck, the crusts forming a reminder of the bond they now shared. "Prince Hunter," she murmured to herself, barely able to believe it. "I'm mated to a prince. My second chance mate is the prince." Her eyes drifted to the thin cotton nightgown she was wearing, black with delicate stripes. It wasn't hers. Her cheeks heated. "Who on earth dressed me?" she muttered, sitting up cautiously. She placed a hand on Hunter's shoulder, intending to wake him, but the warmth of his skin sent a shiver through her. Hunter groaned softly and pulled her closer, his arm tightening around her waist. Let me sleep a little longer," he mumbled, his voice husky with sleep. "Prince Hunter," she said softly, "you should wake up." His lips curled into a lazy smile as his eyes fluttered open, revealing midnight blue irises that seemed to glow with affection. "River, you're awake," he said softly, his tone laced with relief. Instantly, he sat up, pulling her into a tight embrace. He buried his face in her hair, inhaling deeply. "And just call me Hunter, not Prince. Only Hunter," he murmured. "At least when it's just us." River stiffened at first, but then relaxed as her heart recognized the bond, the safety of being in her mate's arms. "You smell like home," he murmured, pulling back slightly to meet her gaze. Curious, River gently caressed his cheek, a shiver running down her spine at the softness of his skin. She kissed him, and her breath caught as a rich, chocolatey sweetness burst in her mouth. Not ready to stop, River kissed him again, slower this time, savoring the moment. Hunter deepened the kiss, and she responded with equal warmth, their hearts beating in perfect rhythm. The taste of brownies filled her mouth, rich and comforting. To her surprise, Hunter slowly guided her down, his kiss deepening when her head touched the pillow. But as if reluctant to break the connection, he started to pull away, only for River to immediately wrap her arms around his neck, pulling him back to her. Their lips parted just long enough for a breath before they crashed together again. Hunter's face lit up with a proud grin. "You're quite the enthusiast, my little mate," he murmured, his voice thick with affection, but his gaze shifted slightly, worry creeping in. "Are you all right?" he asked softly, his brow furrowing. "Are you in pain? I had a headache, tasted silver. However, your kiss made it disappear." Hunter started to move away, but River's hands clutched him tightly. "No, please don't go," she whispered, her voice tinged with the lingering fear of not fully understanding the power of their bond. "Don't leave me." Hunter met her gaze, his own eyes glowing with tenderness and mischief. "So, you like this?" he teased. A radiant smile spread across River's face. "More than fantastic," she breathed, unable to contain the joy bubbling inside her. Hunter looked at her with an expression of pure adoration. He brushed a strand of her copper-red hair behind her ear, his fingers grazing her skin. "I can only agree," he said, his gaze fixed on her with warmth. But then he noticed the faint furrow in her brow. His expression shifted to concern. "Is something wrong?" he asked, his voice laced with worry. River sat up, suddenly anxious. "Yeah, what happened? How did I end up in your bed? Who changed my clothes?" she asked quickly, her words tumbling out in a rush. Hunter looked at her, his gaze shifting slightly as he leaned back. "Don't you remember?" he asked gently. River paused, her heart racing, before she glanced down at his neck and froze. The mark. She touched it, her eyes widening in realization. Oh no, I marked you and I don't even remember. I'm so sorry, Hunter. Did I hurt you? Did I force you to be my mate? Her voice trembled with fear as she jumped out of bed, pacing quickly in front of the fireplace. Hunter rose from the bed, walked toward her, and gently stopped her. He gazed into her eyes, his expression softening as he pulled her into his arms. My sister dressed you herself. You didn't force me, River. I marked you first, to help strengthen your wolf for the battle against the silver. You marked me because I was dying. Stop right there! He cut her off. I marked you because I wanted to. I asked for your permission, and you gave it. A small, sheepish smile crossed River's face as she started to remember. I jumped on you, didn't I? And you must have giggled while I, well, you know, did this, she said, touching the mark she had placed on him. Hunter shivered at her touch, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. It's healed beautifully, she whispered, her voice soft and dreamy as she leaned in closer to his ear. What? He asked, tilting his head. She remembered then. Left ear, deaf. Leaning closer, she repeated softly into his right ear, Your mark healed beautifully. His expression shifted instantly. Pride, possession, something fierce and reverent. So did yours. River walked toward the mirror, inspecting the mark on her own neck. She smiled, proud of the bond they now shared. But when Hunter pulled her into a tight embrace, her breath hitched. As his lips found the mark on her neck, a soft, involuntary sound escaped her, her body shuddering with the intensity of their connection. River closed her eyes, the warmth of the bond spreading throughout her, feeling the heat of desire building within her. Oh, Prince Hunter, she whispered, breathless. Her words were cut off by a knock at the door. Your parents are expecting you for breakfast, my prince, came a hesitant voice from the other side of the door. Hunter growled low in his throat, the sound vibrating through his chest. You have 5 seconds to explain why you're interrupting us. A long silence stretched before the voice stammered, apologies, Your Highness. Breakfast. The king and queen. Hunter sighed dramatically. Fine. Tell them I'll be down in half an hour. Now leave. River's eyes darted to the clock on the bedside table, and she gasped. Oh no! I was supposed to guard Princess Aurora. She's going to kill me. Hunter's arm caught her wrist as she scrambled. With a quick tug, he pulled her back toward him, their noses nearly brushing. You're not going anywhere without me, he said, his tone serious now. Prince Hunter, I have responsibilities, and those responsibilities changed the moment I put that mark on you, he interrupted, his voice low and firm, a possessive growl leaving his lips as his fingers trailed deliberately over the fresh mark on her neck. Sparks flared under his touch, spreading a warmth that sent pleasant goosebumps racing down her spine. River shivered, her breath catching as he leaned in slightly, his eyes locking with hers. You're my mate now, River. That means you sit with me at the royal table. No arguments. Her lips parted in protest, but the intensity in his gaze silenced her. She nodded reluctantly, her cheeks flushing as she felt the weight of his words. And like I told before, stop calling me by my title. Only Hunter. Her heart thudded. Hunter, she tried. His smile was immediate. Victorious. Good. Now, let's get you dressed. I'd hate for the staff to get jealous of my little mate wandering around in just this. He gestured to her borrowed nightgown with a smirk. River smacked his arm, though her lips twitched with a smile. You're lucky you're charming, she muttered. Hunter winked, stepping away to grab a hoodie from his dressing room. When he handed it to her, his fingers brushed hers, lingering for a moment. "Hurry back to me," he said softly, his voice laced with longing. River slipped the hoodie over her head immediately. It hung long enough to cover her backside, the hem brushing mid-thigh, clearly too small for Hunter's liking, though far better than wandering the halls in only the nightgown. His gaze darkened with approval and mild dissatisfaction all at once. River bit her lip, clutching the hoodie around herself as she slipped out of the room, her cheeks burning and her heart racing. Hunter leaned against the doorframe, watching her retreat, his mouth curling into a satisfied grin. "That's my girl," he murmured to himself. After her door clicked shut, River pressed her back against it and let out a long, muffled scream through tight lips. Her bare feet tapped rapidly against the floor, releasing nervous energy. It was her go-to ritual whenever her emotions threatened to overwhelm her. Finally, she flopped onto the bed, arms splayed wide, the soft fabric of the quilt brushing her skin as she stared up at the ceiling. She ran a hand through her tousled hair, a wry grin curling her lips. "Fuck, Rain. How did we go from mateless rejects to being mated to a prince? Who knows? But isn't it glorious?" Rain's voice practically sang with glee, and in River's mind she could almost see her wolf prancing in circles, tail wagging furiously. River chuckled, unable to suppress her own smile as her fingers grazed her lips. "Hunter is," she paused, cheeks warming, "a phenomenal kisser." Rain hummed approvingly, before adding with a mischievous edge, "and I'll bet he excels in other disciplines too." "Rain!" River yelped, sitting up so fast her head spun. Her eyes widened as she hastily tried to silence her wolf's insinuations. Rain only chuckled smugly, her presence retreating to a contented hum in the back of River's mind. River shook her head, cheeks still flushed, and headed to the bathroom. The warm water against her face calmed her nerves, and by the time she emerged, dressed in a flowing teal dress that hugged her curves just enough, she felt ready to face whatever, or whoever, awaited her. As she stepped into the corridor, Frank, standing watch near Aurora's room, let out an admiring whistle. Looking sharp, "River," he quipped with a grin. River blushed furiously, muttered a quick thanks, and hurried around the corner, only to collide with a solid chest. Hunter?" she gasped, her hands instinctively landing on his broad shoulders to steady herself. He steadied her effortlessly, his large hands briefly brushing her waist. His lips curved into a tender smile. "Shouldn't we have met in my room?" he asked softly, tilting his head. "Oh, sorry," River stammered, stepping back, her face burning. "I lost track of time." Hunter's eyes softened as he reached out and brushed a stray lock of her red hair behind her ear. His fingers lingered for just a moment before he leaned in, pressing a feather-light kiss to her cheek. Before River could fully process the warmth spreading from the spot, a familiar voice chimed in. "Frank, they're adorable, aren't they?" Aurora's playful tone cut through the air as she stepped into view, arms crossed, a knowing grin on her face. River and Hunter exchanged a quick glance before breaking into shy giggles. "Come on, sister-in-law-to-be," Aurora exclaimed, linking her arm with River's and pulling her forward. Her enthusiasm was so infectious that River didn't even have time to protest. As Aurora marched confidently toward the dining room, River threw a brief look over her shoulder at Hunter, who stood frozen for a moment, surprise flashing in his midnight blue eyes. Hunter, River, Chase, and Aurora, stopped just before the grand dining room doors, their presence commanding attention. Aurora stood calm and composed, her arm linked with River's. Hunter remained slightly behind them, eyes dark as he scanned the hallway, a silent protector. Frank now stood beside Remy and Boris, unfazed, though confusion was written clearly across his comrades' faces. Remy's gaze flicked from Aurora to River and back again, his brow furrowing. "So, River's not going to eat with us?" he asked, clearly trying to make sense of it. Hunter didn't need to say a word. A low, possessive growl rumbled deep within his chest, vibrating through the hallway and silencing everything. The sound carried a clear message. Remy froze, a chill racing down his spine as he met Hunter's gaze. Boris shifted uneasily beside him. Frank remained still, arms crossed, expression neutral. River glanced up at Hunter, a small, amused smile curving her lips. She squeezed Aurora's arm gently, grounding herself. Hunter, still growling softly, didn't take his eyes off the two men, his posture rigid and predatory. Aurora sensed the tension. Her voice was light but firm. "River will be joining us at the royal table," she said simply, leaving no room for argument. Hunter's growl faded into a satisfied hum, though he remained close to River, his protective aura unwavering. The dining room doors opened to reveal a table laden with food, crystal chandeliers casting warm light across polished silverware. River felt the weight of eyes on her as they entered, but Aurora squeezed her arm reassuringly and whispered, "You've got this, River. You belong here now." With Hunter's steady presence at her side and Aurora's confidence radiating beside her, River found herself smiling, ready to take her place in this new world. Chapter 15. A Heated Breakfast. As the group entered the dining room, Ulrich and Laura glanced up from their plates. "Ah, River, finally among the living," Ulrich teased with a chuckle. "You look surprisingly radiant for someone who just had a dose of liquid silver," Laura added, her smile sly and assessing. River rubbed her arm self-consciously. Her skin felt too tight somehow, too warm. "Thanks," she murmured. "I'm still a little drained, and the headache seems to be creeping back." Before she could say more, a firm, but gentle, hand settled on her shoulder, guiding her closer to Hunter. "Then stay close to me," he said softly. His voice brushed over her like warm breath against bare skin. "I'm your personal headache reliever after all." Their eyes locked. The world narrowed, thinned to a single fragile point. The clink of cutlery, the low murmur of voices, even the scrape of chairs faded into nothing. Beneath her skin, something pulsed, slow, heavy, insistent. Her heartbeat stumbled, her breath turned shallow, uneven. The bond stirred, no longer quiet or comforting, but awake, tugging her closer with a silent demand she didn't yet understand. Heat bloomed low in her belly, confusing and sudden. River swayed slightly, as if the ground itself had shifted beneath her. Then the moment shattered. "Ooh, big brother," Aurora drawled, her voice sharp with mockery. "I believe the bonds already turned you into a wimp." "Aurora," Laura warned, her tone calm but iron-hard, an unmistakable line drawn. Hunter only grinned, unfazed, and drew River fully into his arms. His chin rested atop her head, solid and grounding. River sagged against him before she could stop herself, relief washing through her as though some invisible tension had been eased. She murmured without thinking. "I could get used to this." The pressure behind her eyes eased further. replaced by a strange, floating calm that seemed to exist only when she was touching him. The dining room doors swung open, servants entering with laden trays. A few faltered at the sight of the prince holding his mate so openly before schooling their expressions. River barely noticed, though somewhere at the edge of her awareness, she sensed eyes on her, measuring, disappointed. Breakfast was laid out in abundance. River ate mechanically at first, pancakes, fruit, pastries, but soon her focus slipped. The heat came back, pooling beneath her skin, subtle at first, then steadily worsening. She shifted in her chair, tugging at the collar of her turtleneck as her throat felt tight, her chest oddly sensitive. Her cheeks burned, her limbs felt heavy, then restless. She coughed suddenly, lifting her fist to her mouth. "My apologies," she muttered, mortified looking at everyone at the table. All eyes were on her. Hunter leaned closer at once, his brows drawing together. "Are you all right?" he asked quietly. "It's hot," she whispered, though the room clearly wasn't. A thin sheen of sweat dampened her temple. Her hand trembled as she lifted her glass, draining it too quickly. The water did nothing. The heat only spread, low, aching, unfamiliar. Something coiled inside her, needy and sharp. Her wolf stirred, pacing, unsettled. "Why am I thinking like this?" River thought frantically as unwanted images flickered through her mind. Hands, mouths, warmth, Hunter. "Rain," she whispered internally, panic creeping in. "What's happening to me?" Before her wolf could answer, another presence pressed into her thoughts, deep, resonant, unmistakably male. "It's your heat." The voice was rough and powerful, vibrating through her like thunder. "Aries." River gasped softly, her breath catching. Hearing Hunter's wolf, feeling him, sent a shiver racing down her spine. She looked up sharply. Hunter's eyes had darkened to near black, his jaw tight, his body rigid with barely restrained tension. The air between them crackled, heavy and charged, and suddenly it was too much. She pushed her chair back abruptly. I'm sorry," she blurted, not trusting herself to say more, before she turned and fled the room. River barely remembered the walk back to her quarters. By the time she reached them, her hands were shaking, her skin flushed and hypersensitive. The heat inside her burned hotter now, relentless. She twisted the shower on full cold and stepped beneath it fully clothed. The cold water pounded against her skin, soaking her clothes until they clung to her like a second icy hide. River gasped, bracing her hands against the tiled wall as she forced herself to breathe. For a heartbeat, the shock helped. Then the heat surged back, angrier this time, sharper, as if offended by the cold. Her knees buckled. River slid down until she was curled on the floor, arms wrapped around her middle as something burned deep inside her, far beneath skin and muscle. It wasn't just want. It wasn't just need. It felt urgent, wrong. Stories surfaced unbidden, half-remembered warnings whispered by older wolves. Heats that came too early, bodies that couldn't withstand them, wolves who burned themselves out from the inside when no mate came. Her breath hitched. "No," she whispered, shaking her head even as panic clawed up her throat. "That can't be." Her wolf surged forward then, no longer pacing. She was scrambling. Fear flooded the bond, not River's alone, but Rain's, raw and frantic. Her wolf pressed toward Hunter's presence instinctively, reaching for him with everything she had. "Mate, mate, mate." The word wasn't spoken. It was felt. A desperate pull, trembling with urgency. River clutched at her chest as another wave tore through her, sharper than before. Her vision blurred, tears mixing with the cold spray. "I don't understand," she whispered hoarsely. "Please, why is this happening to me?" Rain didn't answer with words. She answered with fear, with the terrible, instinctive knowing that this fire wasn't meant to be endured alone, that it wasn't something River could simply wait out. The heat coiled tighter inside her, relentless, and somewhere beyond the walls, her wolf reached again, desperate now, not for relief, but for survival. Back in the dining room, Hunter sat frozen, knuckles white around a fork he hadn't realized he was bending. Metal groaned softly under the pressure. Beneath his skin, Ares paced like a caged storm, snarling, clawing, demanding, "Go to her, now." Laura's voice cut through the chaos. "Hunter." He exhaled slowly and set the ruined fork aside, forcing his hands to still. "She's in heat," he said quietly, though tension vibrated through every word. "We can all smell that," Aurora added with a playful tilt of her head. Hunter ignored her. His gaze stayed fixed on his mother. "How could it happen so soon?" "Your bond is unusually strong," Laura replied gently. "Stronger bonds awaken instincts faster. You know this." Her eyes softened, but her voice carried quiet authority. "If you don't go to her now, it will only worsen." Hunter nodded once, grim. He already knew. The bond wasn't complete, not yet, and that incomplete pull throbbed in his chest like a wound. He pushed back his chair and rose to his feet, resolve settling over the turmoil like steel. "I'm going to her," he said. This wasn't instinct alone. This was devotion. The hallway was thick with her scent, warm, sweet, too sweet. It wrapped around him with every step, tightening something deep in his chest, drawing him forward until breathing felt optional. His senses flared painfully, his body reacting even as he fought for control. Ares surged, restless and wild, driven by more than hunger now, fear. Her door loomed ahead, slightly ajar. Hunter pushed it open and stepped inside, closing it softly behind him. "River?" No answer. The room was empty, but the faint sound of running water carried from the bathroom door. His steps slowed as he moved toward the sound, every instinct screaming at him to hurry, yet forcing him to restrain himself. He stopped outside the door. Steam curled beneath it, carrying her scent in thick waves. Hunter lifted his hand to knock, and hesitated. A sound slipped through the wood, soft, broken. A cry of pain. His heart stuttered. His hand froze midair. Had he imagined it? Then it came again, clearer this time, a small, frustrated whimper that tore straight through his restraint. No, there was no more hesitation. He tried the mental link, focusing on the bond that was still new, yet already so strong. To his relief, he felt the connection spark to life as River accepted his call. "Hunter," she whispered through the link, her voice tinged with desperation. The bond sharpened his senses cruelly. His ear, once deaf, now caught her voice, as if she stood at his side, calling only him. Her plea sent him into motion. Hunter gripped the door handle, his resolve hardening. He was done waiting. Chapter 16. Alleviate the heat. The scent of Monoi hit Hunter like a physical blow the moment he burst through the door, intoxicatingly sweet, clinging to his senses. His wolf surged, wild and desperate to claim what was his. His breath came in shallow gasps as he followed the sound of running water. The bathroom was thick with steam, curling around him like living mist. River was on the floor beneath the cold spray, water soaking her fully clothed body. Her back pressed to the tiles, hands clutching at the fabric of her dress, trembling as she struggled to steady her racing heart and overwhelming emotions. Then their eyes met. The world fell away, leaving only the two of them, locked in a silent, shattering gaze. His wolf surged, but instead of urging him to take, it went still, recognizing her not as prey or need, but as his. Hunter saw her, really saw her, not just the trembling, overwhelmed figure, but the intense energy hidden beneath her skin, desperate and restless. His wolf growled in anticipation, but his hands stayed steady, his presence a calm anchor. "River," he murmured, his voice low, grounding, brushing over her like warmth against her raw nerves. She felt it coil through her, and for the first time since the heat took hold, she found the courage to rise. Her knees wobbled as she lifted herself, feet finding the slick floor beneath her. Her body swayed slightly, the overwhelming intensity inside her still demanding release, but she let her back lean into the wall. "It hurts so much," she whimpered, her voice trembling with pain and exhaustion, tears mixed with the water streaming down her face, and before Hunter could speak, a heart-wrenching cry tore from her throat. "River," he breathed, his voice low and urgent, as he stepped into the shower fully clothed, the icy water soaking him instantly. He moved to her without hesitation, wrapping his arms around her trembling body. She sagged into his embrace, her sobs dissolving into a shaky, desperate breath as she clung to him. Her intense energy radiated off her in waves, and Hunter's instincts roared to life, demanding he ease her suffering. But his mind warred with his body, and his voice came out a soothing murmur as he held her tighter. "I'm here, River," he said, his lips brushing against her temple. "I'll take care of you. Just hold on." River's fingers gripped his shoulders as she leaned into him, her emotions running high. A muscle jumped in Hunter's jaw. He fought his internal impulses, his focus entirely on staying steady for her, but he couldn't do anything without her clear consent. This moment, her trust, meant everything to him. His resolve wavered the moment River's lips met his, her intensity immense and undeniable. He matched her energy, guiding her gently but firmly against the wall. A sharp gasp was her only response before their emotions took over. She kissed him with a fierce, singular focus that left them both breathless. His hands rested firmly on her waist to steady her, just as she wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer to bridge every inch of distance between them. Her body moved instinctively against his, seeking comfort, seeking connection, and the contact sent a jolt of pure intensity through him. His grip tightened, every instinct urging him to hold her securely, to be her anchor. The kiss deepened for a moment, thick with the weight of everything they were feeling. Then Hunter broke it off abruptly, pressing his forehead to hers, breath ragged. "No," he muttered with a strained laugh, hands firm on her hips to keep her steady. "If you keep moving like that, I won't be able to hold back, and I need to slow down before I lose control." His eyes were dark, blazing with restraint, and River could feel it, the fine line he was holding them both on. "River, I don't want to do anything without your permission." "I'd like to," she said quietly, her voice trembling despite her resolve. "But I'm afraid I've never, you know." Hunter pressed his forehead against hers, his hands warm and steady at her waist. He searched her eyes, finding nothing but trust and devotion there. "I'll be gentle, my perfect mate," he murmured. And the moment it's too much, you just say so. I'll stop, always. River nodded once, a quick, nervous motion, then drew in a breath and steadied herself. Hunter reached past her and turned off the tap, the rush of water fading into silence. His gaze dropped briefly to her, his expression softening as he maintained his restraint. When River bit her lower lip and, with sudden courage, reached for the hem of his shirt, his eyes widened in surprise. She helped him remove it, their fingers brushing, and his sharp inhale told her she wasn't imagining the effect she had on him. They helped each other then, slow, tentative at first, laughter soft and breathless as they moved with care. A deep, warm connection grew between them, thick and dizzying. But when River's hands hesitated, her confidence faltering as she realized just how real this had become, Hunter gently caught her wrists. "Hey," he whispered, bringing her hands to his chest. "We go at your pace." Her breath shuddered, anticipation and nerves tangling together as she nodded. With a gentle touch, he tilted her chin up with his index finger until their eyes met. He kissed her as softly as he could, lingering for a moment as she closed her eyes. River shivered, but she felt a flicker of disappointment when a towel was placed over her shoulders. Eager for more, she opened her eyes again. A grin appeared on his face. "I can feel it, the intensity still rolling off you," he murmured, his voice a low rumble. "The air is thick with your scent, and all I want to do is stay right here with you." River giggled, her eyes sparkling. Hunter grinned mischievously. "What?" "Nothing," she teased. "Let's get you dry," Hunter murmured softly, his voice sending a shiver down her spine. River felt a lump form in her throat as she watched him gently rub the towel over her damp skin. The towel was a soft, comforting caress against her skin. He took his time, his touch attentive as he dried her, his gaze full of adoration. When he pressed a lingering kiss to her neck, she gasped, her hands tangling into his hair. The touch wasn't a surprise. It was an inevitability. Her back pressed against the wash basin cabinet. When he showered her with soft kisses and affection, she found herself lost in the sensation. Warm, electric sparks made her whole body tremble from the way he made her feel. But she was disappointed when he pulled back. She would have liked more of his attention. She wanted him closer, and the anticipation was becoming nearly unbearable. River sighed in frustration, a soft, instinctive sound escaping her. He growled deeply in response, a sound full of primal possessiveness, before lifting her effortlessly. With a playful grin, he carried her toward the bed and gently placed her onto the soft mattress. River's laughter spilled from her lips as she landed on the plush sheets, her gaze fixed on him with wonder and anticipation. A rush of pure, overwhelming energy flooded through her, and she found herself craving nothing more than to be closer to him. Before she knew it, he was towering over her, his hands resting beside her shoulders. She felt the weight of his presence as he moved closer, and a shy blush spread across her cheeks. As they moved into a more intimate embrace, her breath hitched. Her body felt a surge of new, intense sensations that left her breathless. "River, you need to relax," he said, his voice low and steady. "If you don't, it'll be too intense. But if you just let go, the feeling will transform into something wonderful." His gaze locked with hers, a mix of tenderness and urgency in his eyes. "Just go on," she whispered, her voice filled with longing. "No," he replied, his breath ragged. "That's the intensity talking." River saw the conflict in his eyes and offered a small, reassuring smile, before she consciously forced herself to relax. Hunter moved with careful intent, bridging the gap between them until they were completely connected. As he moved with her, River gasped, and he froze immediately. "Did I hurt you? Please, I want to stay close," River whispered, her body arching toward him with a desperate, natural need. Hunter didn't wait. They held on to each other as the bond between them grew stronger, the strange energy surrounding them rising and falling like a steady tide. As the initial tension faded, a hungry, soaring warmth took its place, pulling them both into a world where only the other existed. "Don't let go," River whispered, and Hunter tightened his embrace, determined to carry her through the overwhelming storm within her. She was lost in the sensation, crying out his name as her instincts took over. Overcome by a primal, uncontrollable urge, she leaned in, pressing her teeth into the mark on his neck, claiming him as surely as he claimed her. As she reached the peak of her emotions, a feral growl escaped her lips. Hunter groaned, his body tensing against hers. In response, he strengthened the bond between them, his steady presence calming the chaos inside her, a promise of absolute ownership and devotion. She released his neck, soothing the skin where she had marked him. The sound of his steady pulse and the vibration of his voice filled her, anchoring her to him. Their bond surged, binding them together in a way that felt both spiritual and physical. There was no pain, only an exquisite, all-consuming closeness that demanded she follow him to the very edge. Hunter pressed a lingering, heartfelt kiss to her neck, his teeth gently grazing her skin as he poured every ounce of his devotion into her. He held her close, his body shuddering with the force of his emotions. Only when the intensity slowly faded, neither of them ready to break the quiet closeness they had found, did he pull back slightly and press a soft, lingering kiss to the mark, grounding them both in the aftermath of their union. She was treated to many small, soft kisses on the mark as the intense energy between them began to subside, and they remained held in each other's arms. He lay down next to her and pulled her towards him. They lay intertwined, their breathing slowed as the room settled into a tranquil stillness. Hunter brushed a stray strand of hair from River's face. They looked into each other's eyes, their faces bearing the marks of their intense connection, but neither of them cared. His touch was gentle, his gaze tender, before he pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. "Do you feel the heat is over?" he asked quietly. River nodded, a small smile touching her lips. "I believe so," she sighed, her body relaxing fully against his. The steady cadence of his heartbeat beneath her cheek lulled her into calm, grounding her in a way nothing else could. Her fingers rested lightly against his chest, a simple, trusting touch. In the quiet aftermath, Hunter's gaze never left her face. He watched the peaceful rise and fall of her chest, the lingering smile on her lips as sleep finally took her. A fierce, protective warmth bloomed in his chest. She was his mate, his equal, his everything. The bond between them was a steady, deep hum, a truth that settled into his very bones. Pulling the covers over them both, he gathered her close. As her breathing evened out against his chest, Hunter finally closed his eyes, surrendering to the calm that only she could give. Chapter 17, Playful Run. River woke slowly, a deep, languid satisfaction settling in her bones. Hunter was a solid warmth behind her, his arm draped possessively over her waist, his leg tangled with hers. She smiled, stroking the hair on his arm. Every point of contact hummed with a pleasant electric tingle, The mate spark, she realized. It was addictive. Then the memory of the end crashed over her, the sharp, pleasurable pain of his bite, the taste of his blood on her tongue, the feel of his knot locking them together. Her eyes flew open. She gently shifted, turning in his arms to face him. He was already awake, watching her with a soft, tender expression. Her gaze immediately went to his neck. There, just above his collarbone, was the raw, red imprint of her teeth, crusted with drying blood. A fierce, protective surge went through her. Mine. Hunter's thumb gently stroked her cheek. "I know," he murmured, understanding her silent claim. His eyes flickered to her own neck. "Let me see." River's hand instinctively rose to her throat. It was tender to the touch. She sat up, the sheet pooling around her waist, and Hunter followed, his gaze fixed on the mark he'd left her. He reached out, not to touch it, but to gently sweep her hair aside, his expression one of awe and reverence. "It's even more beautiful than the first one," he breathed. A loud grumble from her stomach broke the spell, and a blush crept up her cheeks. Hunter chuckled, a low, warm sound. "We should get you cleaned up and fed." He stood and held out a hand. River took it, letting him pull her from the bed. As she passed the mirror, she caught her reflection and froze. There it was, his mark, stark and possessive on her skin, a smear of red around the edges. It was real. Hunter came up behind her, his hands resting on her hips. He met her eyes in the mirror. "Come on," he said softly. "Let's take a shower." In the bathroom, he started the water, steam quickly filling the small space. It felt different, standing together in the quiet aftermath. This was intimate in a way that words couldn't capture. He guided her into the warm spray, and she sighed as the water cascaded over her sore muscles. He picked up a washcloth, poured some soap onto it, and gently began to clean the mark on her neck. His touch was incredibly tender, his movements careful and reverent. He wasn't just cleaning the skin, he was honoring the bond it represented. River closed her eyes, leaning into his touch. When he was done, she took the cloth from him. "My turn," she whispered. She stood on her toes to reach his neck, her fingers gently tracing the edge of the bite before she began to clean it with the same care he had shown her. She felt him shiver, his eyes closing as he tilted his head to give her better access. This was trust. This was connection. When she was finished, he pulled her into a secure hug under the spray, her cheek against his chest, the water beating down on both of them. They just stood there for a long moment, holding each other. The mate sparks a gentle, comforting hum between them. "River," he said, his voice a low rumble against her ear. "I love you." Tears pricked her eyes, but they weren't sad. They were full. She pulled back just enough to look up at him. "I love you too." He smiled, then leaned down and kissed her. It was soft and deep, full of promises and a future they would now build together. River dressed slowly, her movements unhurried, still wrapped in that warm, humming calm. When she glanced back at the bed, the sight made her pause, a silent reminder of the night they had shared. "I should change the bed," she said quietly. Hunter, who had been searching the bathroom for his clothes, snorted softly. "Food first. The bed can wait." She turned to look at him. "Also, we'll be sleeping in my room from now on," he added casually, as if he were stating the weather. He bent to pick something up, then grimaced slightly. His pants lay in a damp heap on the bathroom floor. "Still wet," he muttered. River blinked. "Wait, What did you just say? He straightened and met her eyes, completely serious now. You need to pack your things. My room is your room. She stared at him for a long moment. Her wolf purred in agreement. She knew it made sense. She knew this was a natural step for them, expected even. Still, it felt big, permanent in a way that made her chest tighten with anticipation. I'll pack some things for the night, she said finally. A smile tugged at his mouth. Good. His gaze flicked around the room. Do you still have my hoodie? River crossed to the chair beside the bed and picked it up, handing it over. Good, he said again, clearly pleased. That's one thing that's not wet. You don't have pants that would fit me. She eyed him, then snorted. No, she said solemnly. His mouth curved. A guy can dream. He grabbed his damp trousers with a sigh and stepped into them. Guess I'll be walking to our room in borrowed dignity. River laughed, the sound easy and real. He waited while she gathered a few things, then she followed him out, already knowing she wouldn't be sleeping alone ever again. After River and Hunter went to his room and he had a change of clothes, they walked side by side through the grand halls of the palace until they came across King Alric. Off to dinner as well? The king asked, his tone warm but curious. River's eyes flicked past the king to see Boris standing behind him. He was grinning widely, and her cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment. River, are we having dinner with my father? Hunter asked, snapping her attention back to his questioning gaze. Yeah, sure, she stammered, still flustered. Good. Walk with me for a moment, Alric said, extending his arm to River. His gesture was regal but inviting. River hesitated for only a moment before smiling and taking his arm. Together, they began walking down the hall, with Hunter and Boris trailing behind. So, that must have been quite a shock for you, Alric began conversationally. Are you doing all right now? River felt heat rise to her face again, turning it the color of an overripe tomato. Yes, I'm fine, she assured him. I trust my son has been courteous? Alric continued, his tone light but pointed. Dad, Hunter groaned from behind them, his discomfort obvious. Alric turned slightly, glancing at Hunter. She will be the future queen and the mother of the next heir, Hunter. It's imperative she's treated with the utmost respect. Hunter always treats me well, King Alric, River interjected firmly, her voice carrying a quiet but undeniable conviction. She met the king's gaze with unwavering eyes. Alric's expression softened into a satisfied smile, and he patted her hand gently. Then we've raised him well, and to you, my dear, it's just Alric. They entered the dining hall, where Queen Laura, Aurora, and Chase greeted them warmly. As they sat, the conversation quickly turned to Aurora and Chase's impending wedding. River, distracted, found herself absent-mindedly pushing a pea around her plate until her name suddenly came up. Excuse me, what did you say? River asked, startled. Laura leaned forward with a bright smile. We were discussing your debut and wedding, of course. River's eyes widened in surprise. My debut? Hunter felt the tension ripple through her instantly. Without looking at her, he shifted slightly in his chair and let his hand rest against her thigh beneath the table. Warm, steady, unmistakably there. Yes, Laura confirmed gently. It's important to share the happy news with the people. Sooner rather than later is best. With the people? River repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. Hunter's thumb moved in a slow, grounding stroke against her leg. Breathe, the touch seemed to say. He stayed quiet, letting her have the moment, but his presence anchored her. "Yes," Laura said, "preferably before rumors start spreading. It's better to get ahead of it." River frowned slightly. "But I want to tell my family first, before everyone else." Laura paused, then nodded sympathetically. "That's perfectly understandable. It's a big deal for them, too." Her smile was warm and genuine. "And I doubt your mother would appreciate it if I made arrangements without consulting her." River couldn't help but smile back. "My mother would be so disappointed she could fill a bucket with tears." "Then it's decided," Laura declared. "You'll leave tomorrow morning to visit your family. There's plenty of time to make arrangements, and tomorrow night we can meet with the elders to finalize everything." "Mum, please," Hunter interrupted, his voice carrying an unmistakable tone of authority. Laura tilted her head, confused. "What is it? Do you realize what you're saying? River is going to see her family. The world can wait a day or two." Laura began to protest, but it would be better if... She stopped abruptly when Alric placed a firm hand on her shoulder and shook his head. "Those who matter won't defy an alpha command," Alric said calmly. "Let her have this time." Laura hesitated, then sighed. "Fine. A week, but no longer." "A week," Alric agreed with a nod. River exhaled softly, feeling the tension in her chest ease as the conversation moved on to lighter topics. Hunter squeezed her leg once, subtle and approving, and she found herself leaning into him without even realizing it. Underscore. Moments later, River and Hunter relaxed on the couch, savoring the moment. Hunter held a book in one hand, his other hand affectionately stroking River's hair. He sighed softly as he paused to turn the page. "What's wrong?" River asked, her eyes opening to meet his. "My wolf," Hunter replied, with a hint of exasperation. "He's restless, keeps grumbling." River sat up, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "Maybe he's feeling the same itch as Rain." Hunter chuckled. "If you mean she wants to run and play with her mate, then yes, they're very much in sync." River nodded thoughtfully. "There's no denying it. They need their freedom too. But where do we let them run?" Hunter closed his book, setting it aside. He stood and extended a hand to her. River slipped her hand into his, and together they walked toward the forest's edge. However, their sense of privacy was diminished by the 4 bodyguards following at a discreet distance. River glanced over her shoulder at them, frowning slightly. Sensing her discomfort, Hunter said, "You'll get used to it." "Will I?" she asked skeptically. "You know the Royal Guard has to follow us." River stopped abruptly, crossing her arms. Hunter, realizing she wasn't beside him, turned to face her. Her gaze was firm and challenging. "What is it?" he asked, his tone both curious and playful. "When I saved your life, there wasn't a single guard around? Not even a personal one? Because you don't have one. Come on, River," Hunter said, stepping closer to her and attempting to pull her into an embrace. She pushed his hands away, her frustration evident. "No, I don't want excuses. Just make them leave us alone." "Have you forgotten that I was one of the top students in my class?" she said, punctuating her words with a pointed tap to his chest. Hunter sighed, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Fine. You're dismissed, guys." The guards nodded and disappeared into the trees, leaving the pair alone. "Better?" Hunter asked, his arms spread wide. "Much," River replied, tilting her chin up triumphantly. "So, what's next?" Hunter grinned. "We get out of these clothes and let our wolves take over." River raised an eyebrow. "I'm not getting naked out here for everyone to see." Hunter looked around, and pointed toward a thick cluster of bushes. "Change behind there. I'll keep watch." River rolled her eyes but complied, slipping behind the bushes. A moment later, a majestic copper-colored wolf with glowing green eyes emerged. The moonlight cast a subtle red shimmer across her fur, making her appear almost otherworldly. Hunter stared in admiration. "Beautiful," he murmured through their mental link. "Your turn, Rain," River's wolf replied impatiently. Hunter quickly stripped and shifted behind the bushes. When he stepped out as Ares, River's breath hitched. The large black wolf was magnificent, his deep midnight blue eyes glinting with streaks of starlight. His fur seemed to absorb the moonlight, casting a subtle blue sheen. Their wolves stood facing each other, captivated. Rain felt an instinctual recognition. This was the wolf from her dream, the one who had fought for her and won her heart. "I want to run," Rain linked, her energy bubbling over. "Catch me if you can!" Rain darted into the forest, her paws barely touching the ground. Ares gave chase, his powerful strides allowing him to close the distance effortlessly. Yet, he held back, letting the thrill of the game prolong their joy. He nipped at her tail teasingly, eliciting a playful yelp. Their playful game continued until Rain, panting and exhausted, finally surrendered. She squealed when Ares playfully bit her paw, slightly harder than intended. Ares immediately stopped and whined, his ears flat against his head in apology. Rain licked his snout in reassurance, and Ares pressed his cheek to hers in a gentle gesture of affection. Their connection was undeniable, a bond both emotional and primal. Under the canopy of the moonlit forest, instincts guided them as they gave in to the pull of their mate bond. Their union was a natural expression of their connection, as ancient and instinctual as the wolves themselves. The world around them faded, leaving only the sacred act of claiming one another in the wild. Afterward, they lay entwined, their breaths mingling as their bond deepened. Ares groomed Rain with gentle licks, his presence a protective comfort. Rain, surrounded by his warmth, closed her eyes, content in the completeness of their union. Back in the bedroom, the echoes of their wolves' bond fueled their own desire. The heat of the moment heightened as they explored each other, their connection growing deeper with every touch and shared breath. River found herself surrendering completely to the intensity of their love, her body and mind completely attuned to Hunter's. Their union was electric, a dance of passion and tenderness. Hunter held River as though she were his entire world, and she sank in the strength of his embrace, feeling cherished and loved in a way she never thought possible. She gasped softly, her body trembling as his knot grew larger. The intensity of their bond seemed to resonate in every fiber of her being, leaving her breathless. A deep warmth spread through her, an almost primal connection to her mate that felt as though it reached into the very essence of who she was. As they clung to one another, their love was not just physical, but deeply spiritual, a merging of souls. It was a moment of unity, of creation, leaving her with a sense of fulfillment and a promise of what their future together could hold. Chapter 18. They're hiding something. While Lunatina carefully mended Alpha Wolfgang's wool jumper, she got a link from Yorick. "Come outside. I have a surprise for you." Her hands paused mid-stitch, her expression shifting to curiosity. Leaving the jumper draped over the armrest, she rushed outside. A sleek black SUV with dark-tinted windows idled at the curb. A wave of joy washed over Tina's face when she stepped outside to see Yorick holding River in a warm embrace. "Mom," River called out, reaching for her. Tina opened her arms wide, scooping her daughter into a warm embrace. She squeezed River tightly, closing her eyes as waves of relief and happiness washed over her. "Oh, honey, I'm so happy to see you." Her tone softened as she added, "But why didn't you tell me you were coming home? Did something happen?" Pulling back slightly, Tina studied her daughter. There was something different about her. River practically glowed, her happiness so radiant it was almost palpable. As Tina's nostrils flared faintly, catching River's scent, her eyes darted to a mark on her neck just peeking out from the collar of her dress. The realization struck her like lightning. "A mate," Tina murmured, her voice tinged with surprise. "You found a mate?" River nodded, her eyes following her mother's gaze toward the car, before returning to meet Tina's curious expression. "Yes," she replied softly. Tina's brow furrowed slightly, a whirlwind of questions spinning in her mind. Who is he? Is he kind? Does he treat her well? Is he here? The sound of a car door closing broke her thoughts. River glanced over her shoulder just as Hunter stepped into view, smoothing the fabric of his formal suit. His expression was sour, as though he'd bitten into a lemon. Tina's eyes widened as she pieced things together. The scent, the mark, his presence. Hunter met River's glance with an exasperated eye roll, tugging uncomfortably at his collar. He was clearly still irked by their morning disagreement about his attire. River had tried to convince him that her family wouldn't care if he wore jeans and a t-shirt, but protocol had won the argument. She, in contrast, had chosen an old but charming yellow summer dress with a high collar, practical for both the heat and modesty. Behind Tina, Wolfgang, Bjorn, and Faye stepped outside, drawn by the commotion. Yorick nudged Bjorn playfully. "Who's that guy next to our sister?" he asked with a smirk. "That," Bjorn replied dryly, "is Prince Hunter." Yorick's face shifted from casual amusement to stunned recognition as Hunter and River turned toward them. He instinctively bowed, quickly followed by Wolfgang and Faye. Hunter's expression softened, though a trace of discomfort lingered. "Please, stand up. There's no need for formalities," he said firmly. Wolfgang rose first, his gaze respectful yet curious. "Prince Hunter, your presence here honors our pack." "I appreciate your words," Hunter replied, "but I've come with an urgent matter to discuss, one that involves your family." Wolfgang straightened further, glancing at Tina. They both felt what was coming. "Should we have a private conversation in my office?" he asked, turning back to Hunter. Hunter shook his head. "No, this is a discussion for the entire family." Tina's face brightened with intrigue. "Well then, we'll talk in the living room," she said, gesturing for them to follow. Without hesitation, she led the way, her curiosity bubbling beneath her polite demeanor. River slipped her hand into Hunter's as they trailed behind, her heart beating faster at what was to come. River and Hunter stood before the gathered family, a mix of curiosity and tension in the air. Wolfgang raised an eyebrow, his tone light but probing. "What are these urgent matters? Have you stumbled upon some juicy gossip from other packs?" Tina placed a gentle hand on his knee, shaking her head with a mock tragic expression. "Wolf, he's here to share something important. I doubt it's from the gossip column, and besides, some good news is always welcome." River scanned the faces around her. The family wore expressions shadowed with an unspoken sadness. Her brows furrowed. "Mum, is something wrong?" Tina smiled reassuringly, but her tone was too high. "Don't worry, honey. Everything is okay. Hunter, they're hiding something. I can feel the tension. She linked to him through their bond. "I know," Hunter replied. "Let's share our news first. We'll have plenty of time to uncover whatever's going on." River gave Hunter a small, encouraging smile, but her attention snapped back to the present when someone coughed dramatically. "River can handle this announcement better than I can," Hunter teased with a smirk. She shot him a mock glare before facing her family. Taking a steadying breath, she began. "As you all know, Keith rejected me, and it was devastating. But Celine, in her infinite wisdom, has granted me a second chance, a new mate. Well," River hesitated, her voice steadying with pride. "Hunter and I are destined to be together, and we've already sealed our bond." She reached up and tugged her collar aside to reveal the mate mark on her neck. Hunter followed suit, turning slightly to show his own mark. For a moment, the room was silent. Then Tina cried out in joy, rushing forward to engulf River in a bear hug. "Oh, honey, I'm so happy for you!" Tina's eyes brimmed with tears as she turned to Hunter. After a moment's pause, she stepped forward and embraced him too. "Welcome to the family, Prince Hunter." "Just Hunter, please, Luna Tina." "Then it's just Tina, young man," she replied warmly, her smile widening as she inspected the mark on Hunter's neck. Later, after all the felicitations, River and Hunter retreated to her room. As they stepped inside, River gestured with mock grandeur, a playful grin lighting up her face. "Welcome to my humble abode," she teased. Hunter took in the room, its cozy warmth contrasting with the grandeur he was used to. While she cleared space in the closet and unpacked his suitcase, his attention was drawn to the pinboard above her desk, covered in photos and mementos. "This picture is from my 18th birthday," River explained as she joined him. "My parents wanted to throw a big party, but most of my so-called friends were just bullies. So, I celebrated my first shift with a small group instead." Hunter's face darkened with indignation. What fools! They had no idea what they were missing. River tilted her head. "What do you mean? They didn't bother to see the amazing person you are. If I'd known you then, I'd never have let them treat you like that." Her gaze softened. "You've had your own struggles, though, haven't you? With your hearing." Hunter touched his left ear, his voice quieter. "Yes. I was 16 during a training session when rogues attacked. I managed to get everyone to safety, but there was an explosion. My right ear recovered, but my left, well, the damage was too severe." He hesitated, then added, "This is something I've only ever shared with those closest to me." River frowned, her voice laced with concern. "Do rogues attack often?" "Not often enough to lose sleep over," he replied with a shrug. "But they're always seeking to disrupt the hierarchy, craving what they call freedom." "Freedom," River echoed, her voice thoughtful. "Yeah, freedom," he told her. "They believe that if the hierarchy is gone, they could do what they want. But there is so much more to it." He talked, and River listened, but after a while the conversation waned, replaced by the quiet comfort of their bond. They soon found themselves lying together in the small bed, limbs tangled. River clung to Hunter like a human-sized teddy bear, and he wrapped her in his arms, inhaling the scent he had come to crave. In that moment, the world outside ceased to exist, leaving only the two of them, lost in each other's embrace. As time went on, Hunter's constant presence in River's life became evident. He was her shadow, her silent protector, and every so often, an adorable nuisance. Whenever the ladies planned an outing without him, he sighed loud enough to fill a ship's sails. Still, there was an undercurrent of tension in the family. a mysterious silence that occasionally cloaked their gatherings. River had tried several times to uncover the secret, using her keen instincts, but was always met with deflection. One Thursday, River joined Faye for a shopping spree at the mall. They wandered into a baby store, drawn by the tiny, adorable outfits. "Faye, how far along are you now?" River asked, admiring a onesie decorated with little wolves. "I'm just starting my 4th month," Faye replied with a proud smile, her hand resting on her belly. "Our little one is already making its presence known." "Do you know what you're having yet?" "We do, but it's a secret," Faye teased, casting River a playful yet firm warning glance. River pouted dramatically. "Oh, come on! Their favorite aunt has to know. I can totally keep a secret." Faye chuckled, shaking her head. "Sorry, River. You'll find out in 3 months like everyone else." River sighed, reluctantly accepting defeat. "Fine. Anything exciting happen while I was gone?" Faye hesitated, her fingers fiddling with a row of tiny socks. River caught the momentary struggle on her face. "Faye, please," River pressed. "I know something's going on. Everyone's been so weird lately. Why is everyone hiding things from me?" Faye bit her lip, her expression pained. "River, I promised not to say anything," but River's pleading eyes proved too much for Faye to resist. She glanced around nervously before leaning in. "Okay, fine, but not here. Let's go somewhere private." In the privacy of the mall's disabled bathroom, Faye hesitated again, her face shadowed with an emotion River couldn't quite place. "Faye, you're killing me. Just spit it out." Faye took a deep breath, her voice trembling. "It's about Keith." River's heart sank. "What about Keith?" Faye hesitated again, tears welling in her eyes. Keith and his mate, they were expecting a cub. River's stomach dropped as she whispered, "What happened?" Faye struggled to continue, her voice breaking. One day, Keith started raving about a dream he'd had. He wasn't himself anymore. And then, Faye choked back a sob. One morning, Melanie was found in his room. She was mutilated. River clung to the sink, her knuckles white. "No," Faye nodded, tears streaming down her face. And then, in his pack, they all felt the bond rupture. "He's gone, River." He joined the rogues after that. River stared at Faye in the mirror, her reflection wild-eyed with disbelief. Her voice was barely a whisper. "Why didn't anyone tell me this? We wanted to protect you," Faye admitted. "But there's more. Since Keith joined the rogues, their attacks have escalated. They're targeting both our pack and his former one." River's grip on the sink tightened, and cracks spidered through the porcelain. Her wolf, Rain, surged to the surface, taking control. "River, calm down," Faye pleaded. "Calm down?" Rain's voice was icy as she spun toward the door. "This secret could have endangered everyone." "Protection time is over." Rain burst out of the bathroom, her fury rippling through their bond. Hunter's voice reached her instantly. "Rain? Why are you in control? My family has been keeping secrets about Keith and the rogues," she snapped. "It's time for answers." Chapter 19. Keith. Hunter confronted Wolfgang, his alpha tone cutting through the household's tension. "Why is my mate furious about Keith and the rogues? What are you hiding?" Wolfgang's face paled as he reluctantly explained the grim details. Hunter's fury grew with every word. "You should have informed the royal family. This isn't just a pack issue. This is a community threat." A commotion downstairs interrupted them. When they reached the living room, the sight before them froze them in their tracks. Faye stood at the center, tears streaming down her face, clutching Bjorn's arm as if it were the only thing keeping her upright. "Please, tell me River's here. I told her everything. Please, tell me she's here." Faye's voice was raw, each word edged with desperation. Wolfgang's brows knit in concern, his tone sharp. "River? What are you talking about? She's not here?" Faye shook her head wildly, her sobs intensifying. "I told her about Keith and the rogues. I couldn't keep it from her. She stormed out. I thought she'd come here." A tense silence fell, broken only by Faye's gasping breaths. Hunter's blood ran cold. His wolf, Ares, surged forward, demanding control. "Mate, where are you?" Hunter's voice was steady in his mind link, though fear clawed at his chest. No answer. "River, Rain, answer me!" He tried again, his tone now frantic. Still nothing. Hunter's eyes glowed with the shimmering hue of his wolf, and Ares took over completely, his presence commanding. Without a word, he stormed outside, his movements quick and purposeful. The crisp night air greeted him, but the absence of her scent made it feel suffocating. Ares lowered his head, sniffing the ground and the wind with fervent intensity. The familiar floral notes of monoi and coconut were faint, far too faint. "She's gone," Ares linked, his voice thick with rage and desperation. His claws extended, scraping against the porch railing. Behind him, Wolfgang and Bjorn exchanged uneasy glances. "Gone where?" Wolfgang asked, stepping closer. Ares turned, his shimmering midnight blue eyes blazing. Faye sobbed harder, her guilt evident. "I didn't mean for this. I thought she would stay, that we could talk it out." Ares ignored her, his focus already shifting to the horizon. Every second felt like an eternity. His mate was out there, vulnerable, possibly walking straight into the rogue's trap. Wolfgang stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "We'll track her down together. She's strong, but she's not alone in this." Ares nodded curtly, though his instincts screamed at him to sprint into the night. "I'll follow her scent," he growled through the link. "You gather the others." As he moved, the faintest whisper of River's voice floated through his mind, her bond with him flickering like a dying ember. It wasn't enough to calm him. It only spurred him forward, his determination unwavering. "I'm coming, mate," Ares murmured into the night, his voice resolute. "You're not facing this alone." River barely made it out of the mall before Rain tore control from her. The night air burned her lungs as she stumbled into the trees, fury buzzing beneath her skin. "They lied to us," Rain snarled. "They decided for us." "I know," River whispered, bracing herself against a tree. "But Hunter," a twig snapped. Rain went still. He stepped into the clearing like a memory gone rotten. Keith, the man he'd been, was gone. His clothes hung in tatters, his eyes sunken and fever-bright. "River," he breathed, smiling. "My fated mate." Revulsion twisted her gut. She stepped back as his hand reached for her face. "Don't touch me." His smile faltered. "I was once yours," she said, voice shaking with rage. "But you rejected me." "What did you do, Keith? Did you kill her? Did you kill your cub?" His silence answered for him. Something in River went cold. "I wanted my fated mate," he snarled. "That dream showed me everything. Why did you choose him? He's my second chance." Keith laughed, high, broken. "A second bond? Who would choose a wolf who can't even smell?" She should have said something like, "Apparently you," but she didn't. He lunged. The world exploded into motion. Pain ripped through her as she fell, roots tearing at her legs. Keith's wolf flew at her. and was slammed aside by a massive black shape. "Ares!" she gasped. The fight was brutal, fast, teeth, blood. Then Hunter was human again, on one knee, clutching his ribs. Keith's turned toward him, victorious. "No," River screamed. She didn't think. She lied. "Stop this, Keith. You're my fated mate. No one else," she declared. Keith froze. Tears filled his eyes as he shifted back. "You mean it?" "Yes," she forced out, nausea burning her throat. "It was always you." He crushed her against him. She kissed him. Brief, wrong, forcing him to stay. When River kissed Keith, something inside Hunter fractured. Ares roared, demanding blood, but Hunter forced him down. "Trust her." The sound of bone grinding back into place tore from Hunter's throat as he slammed his shoulder against the tree. White-hot agony blurred his vision, but it worked. River pulled away. That was all the opening Hunter needed. He moved without thought, without mercy. Keith turned too late. Hunter's claws ripped through flesh and bone. Keith staggered, disbelief etched across his face before life left his eyes and his body collapsed into the dirt. Silence. Hunter stood over him, chest heaving, blood soaking his hands. Then River spoke. Her voice was small, shaken. "Is he dead?" "Yes." Hunter nudged Keith's body with his foot. More confirmation than cruelty. Relief flickered across her face, then vanished. She turned sharply and vomited onto the forest floor. Hunter was at her side instantly. "Is it the blood?" She wiped her mouth, shaking her head before gagging again. "No, it's the kiss." Despite everything, a rough laugh escaped him. Short-lived, cut off as unfamiliar scents reached him. Movement rippled through the trees. Several of River's pack members emerged from the shadows, wary eyes taking in the carnage. One stepped forward, gaze lingering on the body at Hunter's feet. "We were delayed by rogues," the man said. "Is this one dead?" "Dead," Hunter replied evenly. "He tried to attack my mate." The word settled heavily in the clearing. Hunter was aware, distantly, that he'd claimed her in front of witnesses. He felt no urge to correct it, no hesitation. If anything, pride settled solidly in his chest. Let them know. Then something tugged at him, subtle, wrong. Hunter frowned, his gaze sharpening as it swept over her. No blood, no tremor, and yet Rain hadn't surfaced. "Why didn't you shift?" he asked quietly. "Why didn't Rain take over?" River stepped closer, her hand resting over his heart. Her smile was soft, but certain. "Because we couldn't," she whispered against his ear. "We're expecting." Something inside Hunter shattered open. He pulled her against him without thinking, holding her tightly, too tightly, until pain flared through his ribs and a hiss slipped past his teeth. She drew back at once, eyes darting to the angry bruise blooming along his side. "Should we get you to a hospital?" "No," he said with a strained grin. "It's already healing. Royals recover faster." "That's lucky," she murmured, teasing gently. He brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear, his touch reverent now. "It's more than luck. When I left that mark on your neck, you too became royal. The bond passes my strength to you, and to our little—" She lifted a hand between them, smiling softly. "Not here. We'll talk about that later. Right now, let's get you home." Hunter accepted the sweatpants from a pack member named Darren, without comment, and pulled them on. The borrowed fabric felt rough against his skin, which was still buzzing with adrenaline. The movement tugged at his ribs, and he paused, jaw tightening until the pain dulled. River stepped closer, instinctively reaching for him, but he lifted a hand to stop her. Her hand hovered before she pulled back. Her eyes flicked to the wolves circling the clearing, to the few pack members still clothed. She then returned her attention to him. "You can't walk far like this," she said. "Is there a car?" Darren gave a brief nod. "Close. I'll lead the way." Hunter took River's hand, and they started following Darren toward the edge of the clearing. Every step sent a dull throb through his ribs, the ground uneven beneath his bare feet. He masked it well, until he reached the car and had to brace himself against the door, jaw tightening as he lowered himself into the seat. Only once the door shut did he finally breathe out. They sat close during the drive, fingers entwined. He tried to rest his palm over her stomach, but a sharp flare of pain cut through his ribs and he pulled back with a quiet breath. River leaned in and kissed him, slow, gentle, grounding. "We'll finish this after a shower," she said, wrinkling her nose. "I smell things I don't like." He grinned, even as it hurt. "Sorry for that, but my senses are sharper at the moment. You probably caught the stench of Keith's blood on my hands. I'll try to block it." She grimaced. "Deal. No smell sharing until we're clean." Agreed. As the pack house came into view, Hunter tightened his grip on her hand. "We're home." Chapter 20. A Tapestry of Joy. The kingdom had learned to celebrate. In the months since River and Hunter's return, joy had become the realm's new currency. First came the announcement of the prince's mate, a truth the pack had already known in their bones. Then, a cascade of unions, Aurora and Chase, their wedding a festival of lanterns and song. Bjorn and Faye, who welcomed a son, Wolf Whiteclaw, a fiery-headed cub with a roar that belied his size. Even Yorick, River's solemn brother, found his light in Celesta, their engagement yet another promise of a bright future. But the grandest celebration was for their king and queen. Hunter and River's wedding was a coronation, the day their love became the foundation of the realm. And on that day, as they stood before their people, they shared their most precious news. An heir was on the way. Now that promise was being fulfilled. Hunter took the castle stairs 2 at a time, the distant cheers from the new training camp's opening fading with every step. As he reached their door, his mother opened it, and the scent of his mate, pain, sweat, and the wild, sharp edge of her labor hit him like a physical blow. He didn't hesitate. River was crouched in the center of their nest, a primal fury in her eyes. "Where were you?" she snarled, her hair a wild halo around her face. "The training camp," he said, his voice carefully even. He knew better than to offer excuses. Her wolf was at the surface, and his scent would not soothe her. She needed his touch, his presence. "You should have been here," she growled, her anger a living thing in the room. "I'm here now," he murmured, crawling into the nest beside her. He wrapped an arm around her trembling body, and she collapsed against him, her fury dissolving into a groan of pure pain. "It hurts so bad," she whispered, her claws digging into his arm. "I don't want any more cubs after this." "Never again." Hunter stroked her damp hair, pressing a kiss to her temple. "No more cubs. I swear it." He would have promised her anything in that moment. A powerful contraction seized her, and she arched against him with a guttural cry. "It's fire!" she gasped, her face contorted. "Breathe with me, River," he urged, lacing their fingers together. "You're stronger than this. Let the pain bring our cub to us." Her wild eyes locked onto his. She followed his rhythm, her body a taut bowstring of effort, until the final, shuddering wave pushed through her. "He's coming!" she choked out. Hunter held her as she bore down, her fierce cries echoing in the room until they were joined by a new sound, a thin, furious wail that sliced through the air. River went limp, and Hunter felt his own tears break free, a sob of pure relief caught in his throat. "You did it," he whispered, his voice cracking. "And you were incredible." With trembling hands, she gathered the small, warm bundle to her chest. Their son's cries softened as he settled against her, his tiny fists curling instinctively into her skin. "He's perfect," she breathed, tears of awe streaming down her face. Hunter leaned over, his voice thick with love. "Just like his mother." _ As dawn crept into the room, bathing them in a soft glow, a shadow crossed River's face. She studied their son, his dark hair a perfect mirror of Hunter's. "I can't smell him," she whispered, the fear sharp and sudden. "Hunter, I can't." His heart clenched. He inhaled their son's scent, new milk, clean skin, and the faint, wild promise of forest. It was a perfect blend of them both. Reaching through their bond, he gathered that scent and guided it gently toward her, a careful, deliberate offering. River's eyes widened as it washed over her. Her wolf stirred deep within, recognizing, claiming. "Our pup," she breathed, the words a joyous sob. She pressed a fervent kiss to the baby's forehead. "Do it again," Hunter chuckled, the sound thick with emotion. "Anytime you want, my queen." _ A week later, before family and elders, they gave their son his name. "Finn Midnight," Hunter declared, his hand resting protectively on River's shoulder. The name echoed through the hall, a promise spoken aloud. That night, curled against him in the quiet of their room, River shifted to look at him. "Hunter? Yes, my love? How would you feel?" she began hesitantly. "If we, not right away, but maybe in a few months, had another pup?" He tilted his head, a slow smile spreading across his face. "What happened to the she-wolf who swore she was done?" River grinned, a playful glint in her eyes. "She's sleeping. You're stuck with me." Hunter's laughter was a low rumble in his chest. "Then let me know when you're ready." Years passed in a blur of sunlight and laughter. In the castle gardens, 6-year-old Finn, a dark-haired blur of energy, raced across the grass. His 4-year-old sister Lila, a fiery-haired, blue-eyed whirlwind, giggling as she chased him. River watched them, a hand resting instinctively over the gentle curve of her belly. Hunter came up behind her, his arms sliding around her waist to encircle their growing family. The pup within her stirred at his touch. Hunter kissed her neck softly. "I love you with all my heart, King Hunter," she whispered, turning in his arms to cup his cheek. "And I love you, my queen," he replied, his voice full of devotion. "My fated mate, my forever." She pulled him into a tender kiss, then leaned back, her gaze fixed on their children playing in the golden light of the setting sun. Her heart swelled, full and overflowing. This was the peace they had bled for. This was the life they had won. This was home. And that brings us to the end of this story. Thank you for listening all the way through. We hope this audiobook kept you entertained and left you wanting more. If you enjoyed it, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let us know what kind of stories you'd like to hear next. There are plenty more full audiobooks waiting for you here, so be sure to check out the channel for your next great listen. Until next time, happy listening.